Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The April 21st, 2010 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. Now, this building is protected by a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system, and we make this announcement every time we get together in an abundance of caution. There's no reason to believe that alarms would activate, but if they do, please leave. Gather outside, and our marshals will tell you when it's safe to return. As I say, we just do this as a cautionary admonition. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Reverend Bonnie Polly, Christ Episcopal Church, and please remain standing for the pledge.
Let us pray. Almighty God, our Heavenly Father, we just give you thanks for all of the wonderful people, young to old, who are being recognized this morning. We also ask you to grant to each city council person seated here today wisdom and grace in the exercise of their duties. Give them courage and foresight to provide for the needs of all of our people. Grant them understanding and integrity so that human rights may be safeguarded and justice served. And teach us all to rely on your strength and grant us a sense of your abiding presence wherever we may be. We ask this in your most holy name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hey. No problem. Okay, even though Rachel says I shouldn't do it, we have to tell you about El Dorado. We have to. It's El Dorado time again, and the city of Las Vegas will once again be partnering with the Elks Club to bring the El Dorado celebration and the rodeo to downtown Las Vegas. And the rodeo will be held from May the 13th through May the 16th, and the gates will open at 5 p.m. daily, so you could visit the food vendors, and we're going to be able to see them this year, correct? Because last year nobody could find them. And the exhibitors, and attend the carnival. And on Thursday, May 13th, we're going to kick off with the El Dorado Rodeo, starting at 7 p.m., and the Mayor Pro Tem will be riding a bucking bronco, a bull, buddy, right out of the gate. And the locals' night, all seats will be a general admission, $10 for adults, and children under 10 will be admitted for nothing. It will be free. And then Friday, May 14th to Sunday, May 16th, we're going to have the PRCA Pro Rodeo at 8 p.m., and the general admission for that will be $15 for adults, and kids 12 and under, $8. And on Saturday, May 15th, the rodeo starts at 9 p.m., and then we're going to have a parade that will go through the downtown, which starts at 7 p.m. It's an evening parade. It'll be cool. It'll be great. And then at 9 o'clock, fireworks will follow the PRCA Pro Rodeo. And then on Sunday, the Pro Rodeo will begin at 7 p.m. Is that good, Esther? Okay. But we want to have everybody come out. This is very important. You know, for the old-timers, we remember how important El Dorado was to this community. It was something that galvanized us. It brought us together. It gave us a sense of belonging to someplace, and it was really the event that everybody looked forward to in Las Vegas, and we're trying to reestablish that feeling once again. We came out in 2005 when we had our centennial, and we really brought it back with an awful lot of gusto, had a lot of people participate, and then as a result of the Mayor Pro Tem and Councilman Ross and County Commissioner Collins, We were able to get the rodeo down here. We cleared off land right across the street from City Hall, so it's very, very comfortable. It's a great arena, great food if you can find it. And Esther? All right. Okay, enough of me. All right. We're going... Oh, as long as we're not following the open meeting law and going off the agenda, I may as well tell everybody that yesterday a very special event took place. The Stratosphere has a new attraction. It's an unbelievable attraction. You jump out of the 138th floor and you go down 844 feet, and the ground is 845 feet. So you're 1 foot off the ground when you land. And one of our city employees, Marty Toledo, was stupid enough to take that trip yesterday. It was outstanding. It was a plunge with him, and this is the way we're going to resolve our budget problems. We're going to have all of our employees jump off the Stratosphere, and whoever survives could stay. Whoever doesn't, we won't miss them, believe me. All right. This is, as I said, the ceremonial portion of our agenda. And for the first item, we're going to recognize our April Employee of the Month. And I'm going to ask Jim Carmody, our Municipal Court Administrator, to join us up here. And I'm proud to announce that the April Employee of the Month is Teresa Civils. And Teresa, would you please join us? Teresa is a customer service representative for the Municipal Court Marshal Unit and has been with the city since September 2009. Teresa is a key part of the Municipal Court's Judgment Execution Team, or JET as we call it as the acronym. This team works to recover outstanding fines and fees owed to the city, and Teresa is primarily responsible for researching cases, providing field marshals with information, contacting defendants by phone, and processing credit card payments. With Teresa on the job, the unit has been able to bring in more than $30,000 monthly in initial residual payments on outstanding fines and fees. And even though she's locating people to inform them of their payment obligations, she often receives compliments and thanks from defendants who appreciate her efficiency and professionalism. She's always quick to help her coworkers and always brings a positive attitude to work. So, Teresa, on behalf of the entire City Council, I'd like to congratulate you on being named the April 2010 Employee of the Month. We have this beautiful plaque for you. And you also have received a $100 Visa gift card. Is that correct?
Yes.
Have you spent it yet?
Yes.
Oh.
Good.
I haven't been able to win a bet on these basketball games. I'm looking for some help. If anybody... Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Teresa, we're very proud of you. Keith Gronquist, who is the division manager for the Courtroom Support Division, has just a few words to say, Your Honor.
Municipal Court in the city of Las Vegas have been very well served by Teresa Civils. She came to this particular job just under 8 months ago, and she hit the ground running, and she hasn't let up. And she has produced tremendous results. And I just... I pat ourselves in the back almost daily at selecting her to join our division here 8 months ago, and now here we are 8 months later and honoring her as the Employee of the Month. So that's pretty remarkable in a short period of time. She's got a very difficult job because it's up to her, and there are many facets of it, but one of the primary parts of her job is to make contact with defendants, people who have strayed off course in terms of their meeting their obligations to the court. And so it's not always pleasant work, but she is very, very effective in doing that. And you heard the mayor read the results. Actually, she brought in $50,000 last month, so it went from $30,000 before to $50,000, and I don't think she's hit her stride yet. But the other thing that's important to us, especially, well, always really, but especially at a time like this in our economy when so many people are suffering and short on resources, is how we treat those people. And again, the mayor is a part of the narrative. She has received compliments from the people who she has dealt with, and I'm not sure they're always pleased about the outcome, but at least if they're pleased in terms of the way that they were treated by Teresa, because we are a service-oriented organization, and that's very important to us. So, Teresa, congratulations to you, and we are grateful for all the great work that you've done and the contribution you've made to our compliance efforts in the court. And this is a tremendous award and well-deserved. Thank you.
Well, I have to thank Sergeant Chad Romero because he was the one who nominated me, and he has to put up with me every day. He sits across from me, and I always say, "Hey, Chad." So I know that I may, be talkative, but at least I have Chad. He's nice. And Lieutenant Jack Manning, Keith, Jim, everybody, the marshals are wonderful. And even though I unfortunately got laid off, this is a really nice ending. So thank you very much.
Oh, would Joan please come up? Yeah, sure. Your daughter's getting a nice award here.
She says she watches the proceedings. It's the first time she's been in shame.
Oh, okay. Well, get a life, will you, please? It's nice, Nathan. How are you? Congratulations. Congratulations. Would you like to say anything about your daughter?
It's my baby.
Okay, that's her baby. That's great. Okay, congratulations. Thank you so much. Okay, for our next item, I'd like to invite Mel Henkin, who's a member of the Senior Advisory Board, to present the Senior of the Quarter Award. Mel?
Good morning. I am honored to recognize someone who has been contributing to the welfare and health of low-income seniors for many years. Stanley Van Gundy. Please come to the podium. Since 2001, Stanley has provided thousands of loaves of bread and rolls to Jude 22, a nonprofit organization serving about 1,000 low-income seniors a month. Bread is vital in packaging nutritious food packages for these senior clients. Stanley used his vehicle and gas to collect these loaves from donors and delivering them to Jude 22. By providing this service, Stanley helped Jude 22 extend its limited funding and staffing. Stanley has also donated personally, collected money and clothing from members of his church. And although he recently retired from doing the bread deliveries, Stanley keeps in constant contact with staff at Jude 22, watching out for their interests. We thank Stanley for all these years of volunteer service to this community and are honored in recognizing him as Senior of the Quarter. By the way, if you would like to nominate a senior who lives in the city of Las Vegas boundaries for his or her community involvement and volunteerism, please contact the city's Neighborhood Services Department to obtain a nomination form. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Las Vegas City Council. And Mel, thank you. And the Senior Citizen Advisory Board, thank you for honoring me today. It's a privilege to accept not only for myself, but for all the people who volunteer every day to help make living in Las Vegas a better place. What started as a small bread ministry delivering day-old bagels to Jude 22 almost 10 years ago grew to delivering approximately 2,000 packages of bread and pastries once or twice a week to Jude and other charitable organizations. Members of my church, First Christian Church, and some of them are here today in the front row here, which I thank you for coming. And I thank my wife for being here, Pat. We've been married almost 51 years. And my daughter, Nora. Thank you, Nora, for being here. And thanks for putting up with me for a couple minutes, folks. The bread ministry, and when members from my church started asking me what the homeless and the working people on the lower end of the ladder needed, my answer was always, what don't they need? And the people really responded. And they would donate things, donate money. We have one family that just around Christmas time donates a large sum of money to Jude 22. And Hattie, who used to be the one that managed Jude 22, she was always asking me, are they going to do it again this year? Are they going to do it again this year? And they just come through, and it's really a blessing for Jude 22 at that time of the year. There are people hurting, and the best thing any of us can do, and especially you young folks here in the audience today, and I really appreciate you coming for this. This is nice of you, is try to help people in need. That if you learn anything at all, help your fellow human being, your brothers and sisters. They all need some kind of help. And with that, I just want to say I've always wanted to help and serve those around me, and the bread ministry gave me this opportunity, and I'm very pleased that I've been honored for this. Thank you so much, and God bless.
And Stan, here's your plaque. Very nice plaque here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
My pleasure, believe me.
And you'll always be the mayor.
Well, I appreciate that. But you have quite a church over there with the...
Miracle-y.
I got to say this, really, this is really special. I don't know whether everybody is aware of what the church has done together with some folks from the private sector. They established a concept over there which is called Miracle League. And they have a baseball field that's made out of material that really you can't get hurt on it. It's very, very soft, and it's phenomenal. The pastor was right at the forefront of this when it was opened up last year on church property. It gives challenged folks the opportunity to play baseball, the American pastime. And if you saw the joy that is experienced and the heartfelt emotion that takes place with the athletes as well as their families and their friends and your congregants, it's extraordinary. It's what makes Las Vegas a very special place. And I had the privilege of going out there on opening day, and I had the privilege of catching the first pitch this year. Little fella was warming up with me. I dropped every single pitch that he threw until he went to the mound, and then he said he's going to throw me a fast curveball, and he came from around his back. He reminded me, you have to be old enough to remember this name, Ewell Blacklow. Ewell, thank you. Came from behind his back, and he whipped that ball right across the plate, and I caught it. I was so proud of myself. And it was a special day for me, and I want to thank everybody for really providing that to our city. It's a special, special place. So thank you. It's the first one I ever caught. It's true. Thank you. Thank you. You're the best. On Saturday morning? On Saturday. Okay. And you're invited to see the ball games for the next 6 weeks. They'll start at 9 o'clock on Saturday morning. And the church, the best way to say it, it's on Rancho, and then you take a right on Mesquite. Right across the street from where the Shriners are. So It's easy to find, and I promise you, if you go there, you'll leave with your heart will be soaring. That's how great it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, for our next item, I'd like to recognize a special group of young athletes that call Las Vegas home. The Las Vegas Sports Academy Soccer Club is known across the West Coast as one of the top youth soccer clubs. And at this time, I'd like to invite the coaches, Jeff Manthe, Kenny Cartledge, and Gennaro Corona, to join us at the podium. Thank you, coaches. I want to congratulate you on the great job that you've done with these youngsters. They recently played in a prestigious tournament in Arizona, and they faced teams from all over the country and came back the tournament champions. The team has been ranked as high as #1 team in its age division in the country by some soccer websites. And I'd like to thank the coaches and the team for setting a great example for our youth by showing what hard work and determination can accomplish. And I'm going to ask the team to stand up as I call your names, and then I'm going to have certificates given to your coach, which we'll be able to give you at the end of the day. And then I'm going to ask the coach to tell us a little bit about the team, all right? First is Sergio Borboa, Gennaro Corona, Benjamin DeLeon, Jason Dietrich, Trace Dorman, Philip Hopper, Bobby Kennedy, Austin Mack, and Austin is the son of former City Council member Michael Mack, Austin Manthe, Miles McRae, Adam Misofsky, Alex Padilla, Cameron Patterson, Efrain Pinal, Eduardo Renteria, Elijah Ruffer, and Zach Stevenson. Congratulations, guys. And Coach, if you'd be kind enough to say a couple words.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council, for recognising these boys in a great achievement. They're part of LVSA. We have a huge club that ranges from girls and boys, ages 4 right up to college age group. Our goal is to a pursuance of an achievement and excellence on and off the field, and these boys are a perfect example of off the field as well as on the excellence they provide. Most of their achievement, I feel, comes from the parents that are behind them, getting them to fields, to practices, to tournaments. In this climate, it's not an easy and it's a costly expense. They do very, very well. We have a lot of underprivileged children that play within the club, and the parents all muck in and put money towards to help out the guys that can't afford it. And obviously there's a few in this team, and there's a few all throughout the club, and it's hats off to all those parents that are there and supporting all these children and giving them the chance to go to college. We have, especially within this team, we deal with making sure that the grades are there and at the right level they need to be, and they work very hard in keeping that. And if they don't reach the grades that we need, we don't play them. So, and this team is a perfect example of the whole club, of what they can achieve and where they can get to. And #1 in the nation to beat California teams and Arizona teams is a phenomenal achievement, especially in sport these days. I've actually taken over the team in the last 3 or 4 months, but I can't take the credit. Coach Jeff Manthe's known these boys since they're 5 years old, brought other players in, and Jeff is the guy that's got them the skills and the ability to achieve this. So I'd like a round of applause for Jeff Manthe.
Thank you. Like Kenny was saying, I've been with these kids for a while now, and being in California and playing at the level they do is a huge achievement for these kids. Years ago, to play in California, they always wanted to be in Vegas' bracket. When these kids are out there, they don't want to be in Vegas' bracket. So it's great to know that. Again, these boys have done a great job, and I appreciate this honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And would the parents please stand up because you're responsible for the success. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. And we've got the certificates for you to hand out to the kids. Good. Thanks for coming down. Okay, for our next item, I'd like to ask Planning Development Director Margot Wheeler and the planning commissioners who are in attendance to join us at the podium as we recognize American City Quality Month. And the planning commissioners are Chairman Rick Truesdale, Vice Chair Keen Ellsworth, and Commissioners Glenn Trowbridge and Vicki Quinn. Thanks for joining us here today. American City Quality Month is marked throughout the country and focuses on cities managing change in a way that provides sustainable choices for how people work and live. Sustainability is a key city initiative, and I want to thank Director Wheeler and the planning commissioners for making it part of what they do. And Margot, would you please tell us a little bit about American City Quality Month and the work that the Planning Commission has done for our community? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And the first thanks goes to the Mayor and the City Council for appointing such wonderful persons to work on the city's Planning Commission. As the Mayor often says, they're the ones that do the hard lifting on the night meetings before the items come before the City Council. But more than that, they also work in a lot of workshops. They are part of teams that help us with the projects that we're working on, providing advice and going to many more meetings even than the Planning Commission. And I will mention Commissioners Byron Goins, Steve Evans, and Gus Flangus that all have other appointments and are not with us this morning. But all of them work very hard to do the work to forward the policies of the City Council.
Thank you.
And I want to thank staff, Margot, Doug Rankin, Flynn Vag, all of the planning staff, the clerk's office who work on meetings. So many people are involved in the planning of our community, and even in these tough times, our planning is the most important item that we face in trying to keep our city great, plan for the future, and plan for all the services that each and every one of you want. So thank you, Mayor, for everything.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Thank you, Margo. You do. This is a wonderful, no, this is wonderful. This is, we're declaring today, well, the whole month to be April City Quality Month in our city, and we ask all the citizens to acknowledge the important designation, and if you would you please return the cover to us?
I think it was my appointee.
Would you have a seat, please?
There we go. You pushed it too far.
Thank you. Okay, our next item, Councilman Anthony is going to recognize a city employee who has recently been honored for her creativity and for her hard work. Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. Like the Mayor said, it's my honor to recognize one of our city employees, Christy Garnis. Would you mind coming up here, Christy? Everybody knows Christy. Christy began her employment as a part-time employee in 2000. She soon became a full-time employee as a cultural leader. In October of 2007, she was promoted to the event specialist and moved to the Office of Cultural Affairs. Everybody up here knows Christy because she does quite a few special events in all our wards, and just events that our community members come out and enjoy, and she's doing it with a pretty tight budget right now. There's a organization in a magazine called Event Solutions, which is a resource magazine for event professionals. The magazine is sent all over the world, and there's members from all over the world. Every year they hold an annual conference. This year was held in Las Vegas, and at the end of the conference they have a Spotlight Award. It's kind of like an Academy Awards or an Oscar. You probably like that better, but we'll call it an Academy Award. And they honor the best professionals in event planning. There's one category called Organizational Planner of the Year, which is professional event planners who work in government, universities, and nonprofit organizations. Event planners are nominated, and Christy was nominated by Patricia Harris from the Cultural Affairs section. There are hundreds of nominations for this particular category, like all the categories. And then what happens is Event Solution Publishers will select 5 outstanding candidates they believe are the best in that category. Each candidate is then asked to submit 3 of their best events that they feel they're the most proud of, and then they're posted on the internet, and there's a voting period where professionals vote. And at the end of the conference, they're not actually announced until the awards ceremony, and guess who won the Event Solution Spotlight Award Organizational Planner of the Year for 2010 in Las Vegas? Christy Garnis. Event Planner of the Year. So it's my honor because of that, and this must be the award that you, Spotlight, that's it right there, okay. And it's my honor because of that award to present you with a certificate of recognition from the mayor and the entire city council. You're welcome. And don't go anywhere yet. There's one other reason why I have Christy up here is there's a park in Ward 4 called Police Memorial Park. It's up by Cheyenne and Grand Canyon, right behind the Northwest Area Command. And I don't know if you've been to that park before, but it's an absolutely beautiful park. It's there, obviously, as a park, but it's primarily there to honor the law enforcement officers who have died in the line of duty in the entire state of Nevada. And I know Christy spends a lot of time in that particular park making sure that it's a beautiful park in honor of those officers that have died in the line of duty. There is one person that I would like to recognize that Christy has worked with very closely, Adolfo Gonzalez. Would you mind coming down here, Adolfo? Adolfo was born in 1964 in Chicago to his parents who were born in Puerto Rico. It was obvious right from the beginning that he was going to be an artist. He started winning awards very early on. At the age of 12, he won the Buckingham Art Show, and he eventually graduated from the Academy of Arts in Chicago. Adolfo currently lives in Las Vegas, and he has contributed to quite a few public sculptures, including the Doolittle Senior Center, the Ancestral Gateway, and he recently completed a mural at McCarran Airport. In May of 2009, Adolfo completed the Southern Nevada Law Enforcement Memorial, which is at Police Memorial Park. And if you haven't seen this memorial, you need to go take a look at it. It is absolutely beautiful, and it is a great tribute to officers that have died in the line of duty in Nevada. He won in the Southern Nevada Law Enforcement Memorial 2010 Mayor's Urban Design Award for Public Art. Now, this is the best part. There is an organization called Best Unique Signs, and they have the Best Unique Signs of 2010 sign contest, and it's an international contest, and there are quite a few folks that are nominated for their particular sculptures or their artistic value. And in 2010, Best Unique Signs selected Adolfo as the second place honor for the Best Unique Signs in 2010 for the entire country. So I wanted to honor Adolfo for doing that. So on behalf of that, I wanted to again issue you a certificate of recognition from the mayor and the entire city council for everything you do and that great art that you put up there. So do you want to?
No, I have a I have a speech problem, but what I can't say with words, I say through my art. And I'd like to thank those who helped me be here too, okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adolfo. Christy, I know you like to speak, so why don't you say something?
Adolfo, I am so honored to also be an award winner like you this year. It's been a great day for all of us and a great year for the arts in Las Vegas. I know a lot of you probably don't think that special events is considered an art, but it really much is from everything that we do. And it's truly our honor for me, and I'm sure for Adolfo, to serve all of you and all the constituents of Las Vegas. And I'm very thankful to have a wonderful support staff. I have a fabulous supervisor and manager, and Patricia is always absolutely supportive in the tech unit. I couldn't do anything without them. And also my fabulous staff, who we have two, who are with the special event program at UNLV, which is a wonderful program. So I would really just thank all of you guys very much, and I appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations, Adolfo. And Christy has been known to sneak a libation into some of these events. For our final item, Councilman Barlow has a special recognition that he would like to make. Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today I have an opportunity to bring forward to the council a young lady who has done an outstanding job in my office, Miss Ariel Robinson. Please come forward. Ariel has served for the entire year in my office as my student intern. She is a student at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, majoring in political science, and she will be graduating in May? May what? 8th. May 8th. So, Ariel, I'm pretty sure you're going to have a big party, and I'm going to be there. I made sure that my calendar was clear, so I will be there. But I would like to say this. It's very important that we embrace our young people, specifically as we move forward in this age and time, making sure that they understand the true essence of what a true quality education looks like, and also have an opportunity to participate in the educational process. And Ariel has done such an outstanding job in my office. I wish I could hire you. I really do. And I don't say that lightly. But I'm going to do all I can, Mom and Dad, to see what we can do to help her out, and help you out as well. But Ariel, thank you so very much for the outstanding job that you've done. She showed up to work on time every day. She exceeded all expectations that were provided to her, and she kept me on task and also taught me a lot at the same time. So, Ariel, I'm very proud of you, and I just pray your continued success. Ariel has been preparing to take the LSAT. She's looking to go to law school. So, Ariel, you have an opportunity to actually come back and work for the city of Las Vegas, possibly in the attorney's office, if not on the city council. So, thank you so very much. But I really wanted to thank you on behalf of Stephen Brooks, who's out right now, Idolina Iturralde, as well as Tanya Jackson-Renner in our office for the outstanding job that you've done as our student intern. And you're most definitely going to be missed. And also, my wife wanted me to give you a hug. She loves you to death. And she asked me this morning, she says, Ricky, can you hire Ariel? So I wanted to share that with you. She means, she thinks you're such an adorable young lady, and just keep up the good work. And we love you so very much, all right? And I would like to ask that the parents, Cicely and Pete, come forward. Because I know that you can't be where you are today without supportive influences and parents in your life. And at this time, Ariel would like for you to share a few words, if you will, please.
I just want to say thank you to Ito and Tanya and Steve and Councilman. I love you guys. I had so much fun this year that I was with the council, and everybody in the mayor's office, everybody was so helpful and friendly to me, and I had a lot of fun, like I said, and I learned a lot, and it's just going to help me where I'm going in the future. Thanks, guys.
And, Mom, I would like for you to say a few words as well. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you all for having her and for helping her to succeed. She's looked forward to coming to be with you guys every day, and was not hard at all to get her to be there. And I just want to thank you guys for having her. I appreciate it.
So welcome. Thank you all again. Thank you so very much.
How you doing? I just want to say we're very proud of Ariel. She's done a good job and a very model daughter. And the things that she's done is what I wanted, and she's done it. And the fact that she's about to graduate in the next couple weeks brings a lot of joy, So today, this is your day, Ariel, and I'm glad that you finished it. So make sure when you leave here, we get to school on time, and make sure everything is good. But I'm very proud of you, very proud of you.
And thank you all for the great job that you've done, Resident, as well. All right.
Beautiful daughter. You did a great job. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, that's it. Yes. Oh, sure. You sure? Thank you.
Rachel, it's a pleasure.
I'm trying to get the signature.
Right.
Oh, no, I know you did. Yeah. Sure. Could have a debate. Oh, I don't know.
Just walk up to Rachel. We gotta do it quick though.
Yeah, you can't take me.
Guys, gonna take a picture right now.
Then I don't have to go.
Shake. We're taking a quick picture right now.
Hey, Dad, then Preston has to. I was gonna stay.
For the soccer kids.
They gotta start the meeting. Real quick, they can start. Get in front.
That's nice to make the kids perform in school, too. Thank you. Okay. We'll call item number 11. Any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item number 61, which is a real estate lease agreement with 601 Fremont LLC for property at 601 Fremont Street within Fremont East Entertainment District. Staff asked to hold that in abeyance until our 5/19/2010 meeting. And item 63 is R25/2010, abeyance to our 5/19/2010 meeting by staff. Are there any other items at this time, council members? Hearing none, Your Honor, make a motion to bring these two items forward and take the appropriate action, please.
All right, thanks. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And may the record reflect that Councilman Ross is excused and Councilman Wilson was excused for the period of time that he wasn't with us, and that's the reason that the ceremonial went so smoothly. Item number 12, approval of the final minutes by reference of the City Council meeting of March 17, 2010.
Thank you, Your Honor. No addition or deletion. Make a motion to approve the minutes as registered.
Okay, please vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Items 13 through 59, and a correction for the record on item 51, that item is a license agreement, not an encroachment agreement, as well as a correction to be made for the record by Ms. Rainey on item 33 as to the amount, and items 13 through 59 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to bring item 51 forward, please.
51, all right. Any others?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to bring forward 32 and 33.
32 and 33, okay. Any others? All right, with that understanding, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. Make a motion to approve items 13 through 59 with the exceptions of 32, 33, and 51.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. On item number 32, this is approval of an award of agreement number 100189-DC, construction management agreement for pedestrian bridges, including Lone Mountain Trail bridges located over Lake Mead Boulevard and Cheyenne Avenue, Cultural Corridor Trail pedestrian bridge over Las Vegas Boulevard, and Lone Mountain Trail Phase 2B located from Lake Mead Boulevard to Vegas Drive. Department of Public Works, an award recommended to Parsons Transportation Group, Inc., and this is in wards 1, 4, and 5. I think I should read 33 at the same time.
Yes.
All right. 33 is approval of award of bid number 09.1730.26-DC Lone Mountain Trail pedestrian bridges, Cultural Corridor Trail pedestrian bridge, Lone Mountain Trail Phase 2B, including Lone Mountain Trail bridges located over Lake Mead Boulevard and Cheyenne Avenue, Cultural Corridor Trail pedestrian bridge over Las Vegas Boulevard and Lone Mountain Trail Phase 2B located from Lake Mead Boulevard to Vegas Drive, and the construction conflicts and contingency reserves set by Finance and Business Services, Department of Public Works, award recommended to M&H Enterprises, Inc., doing business as Martin Harris Construction, and this is wards 1, 4, and 5. Councilwoman?
I just wanted in this case to recognize the concerns that we've had, and I know you're aware of the concerns of the people who live in my ward who have this trail going very close to their homes with that deep culvert for runoff water. And I just want to explain this vote a little bit. This has been something that has been, I believe, in the works for over 10 years, hasn't it? 10 or 12 years?
Yes, Jorge Cervantes, Department of Public Works. That's correct, Councilwoman. This trail has been on the city's master plan trail element for over 10 years.
For 10 years. And I just wanted on the record that this was begun 10 years ago. Many votes by many different members of the council got it started and going. We're right at the end now, and I know that we have many people who will have this behind their back doors or their backyards who are not happy with this, but I want them to know that there's no way we can vote this down now. There's no way we can change this, because this is a very important part of the trail system, and it's just the very ending part, isn't it? The very end part.
It's a missing segment in the middle, Councilwoman. The portion of the north to the south have all been completed. There's just a missing link in the middle.
Mm-hmm. Because they're wondering why we have to go through with this, and they're feeling that they didn't have the notice and everything, and it's just because it was so long ago it was started. It was approved a long time ago, and all we're doing now is finishing up the last part of it, which if we didn't finish up, would be a waste of millions and millions of dollars and depriving the general community of the trails. And I just wanted that on the record because I know some will be watching and wondering why we might be approving this when they've spoken with us so often. But it's the greater number and the greater good that is, and unfortunately that may not help them very much, but we've tried our best and we've been working very hard that if they want changes, if there's anything that we can do to make it better from that vote 10 years ago, we certainly have been trying. That's all I wanted to mention. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Rainey, did you want to correct the record?
Yes, I do need to correct the record on item 33. The bid amount needs to be restated. The correct amount is $4,657,593.57, and I need to correct the contingency amount, which should be $465,759.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, any comments or questions? Councilwoman, may I have your motion on item 32, please?
Move to approve.
Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. And item 33, please.
Move to approve.
Thank you. Let's vote. Post, please. Motion carries. Thank you. We'll now go to item 51. 51 is approval of a right-of-way license agreement and processing fee from the City of Las Vegas to GNLV Corporation for portions of the northwest quarter of Section 34, Township 20 South, Range 61 East, MDM, APN 139-34-111-039 through 044, and this is in Ward 3.
Yes, Your Honor, I just wanted some clarification on this item, please.
If I could, Your Honor, members of council, I have some amendments to make to this right-of-way license agreement that were discussed this morning with counsel for the Golden Nugget and with Mayor Pro Tem and Your Honor. The first is a clarification of paragraphs 7 and 8. I want to make it abundantly clear on the record, and this will be the legislative history of it, that this agreement is only in place as long as the building is in place. If the building is ever torn down or moved or modified in any significant way, this agreement ceases to exist. On paragraph 9, we're changing the amount that will be paid by the Golden Nugget to the city this year from $5,000 to $3,000. We're changing the annual license fee from $7,500 to $5,000, and we're striking the language on page 3 that begins with first sentence. It says thereafter, there'll be a period there, and then all the words, the license fee shall increase, all the way to the end of the sentence that ends with the words years increase, will be removed from the agreement. Those amendments, I will submit it for your approval.
Any questions on those? That would be my motion with those corrections, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Motion for approval.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gerbert.
Thank you, Mr. Gerbert. Item number 60 is discussion and possible action regarding a pre-operating and development agreement between 300 Stewart Avenue Corporation and the City of Las Vegas to manage the pre-operational and development obligations required to successfully open and operate the Las Vegas Museum of Organized Crime and Law Enforcement on property located at 300 Stewart Avenue, APN 139-34-501-007, and this is in Ward 5. Mr. Adams.
Good morning. Scott Adams, Chief Urban Redevelopment Officer with the City of Las Vegas. This item is a respects an agreement between the City and 300 Stewart Avenue Corporation that addresses two primary issues going forward with the Mob Museum, one being a pre-operating and development agreement, and then as part of the pre-operating and development agreement, there's a lease agreement that's an exhibit and attachment to that agreement. If you approve this agreement, it does a number of things. It sets forth the provisions for an orderly transfer of both the development and the operation of the Mob Museum from the city to the nonprofit board, the 300 Stewart Avenue Corporation. In that orderly transfer and in the agreement, it addresses a number of issues. It sets forth a budget that's attached to the agreement that we've all been working under, both the city and the 300 Stewart Avenue Corporation, that outlines both a development budget and a pre-operating budget that really gives the 300 Stewart Avenue Corporation as well as the city the resources it needs to successfully open and manage the opening of the Mob Museum. It provides for a subcommittee between the city and the board of the 300 Stewart Avenue Corporation to work through transition issues, things such as staffing, getting the group staffed up, all the marketing that needs to be done pre-opening, the retail program. There are a whole host of issues that all need to be addressed to really successfully get a museum open and be successful from day one. The lease that's attached has very strong lease provisions. The lease is a term of initial term. First of all, the lease comprises the building and the land that the building sits on, a 2-acre site. It is a term initially of 5 years with 5 additional 5-year extensions, so the entire term of the lease would be 30 years. It provides for $1 a year lease. Given that we're really going into this as a nonprofit venture, it was really meant to be a catalyst for downtown. But it's triple net, and I think that's very important that, for the record, we're establishing that as we move forward under this lease, there would be no operating obligation of this project to the city. It would be the 300 Stewart Avenue Corporation's obligation to make all of the utility payments, the maintenance, all the things that are normally associated with the operation, maintenance, and care of a building of this nature. Those are all provided for in that lease. The lease also has provisions in it that really sort of strictly enforce how cash flow that comes off of this project be directed into various reserves, an operating reserve, a capital reserve, and other reserves that are very important and necessary for the museum to successfully operate moving forward. I think we don't want events in the future to where, say they have a bad year, the museum comes back on the city to make an annual operating obligation. It would have reserves put in place coming out of the cash flow of this project, which it could dip into in those events of rainy day. The lease also provides provisions for a right to audit. It passes through, as part of that triple net lease, their obligation to pay any real estate or other taxes and assessments if necessary. They have to maintain the property in good condition. There's insurance and indemnification provisions, and there's also very strictly outlined events of default. And should there be a default, if we ever decide to take back the museum, we get it back with intact all those improvements that we've paid for and put in going into the project. So all of the things that you're funding under that attached budget, both the core and shell, the exhibitry, all the furnishings, fixtures, and equipment, that would all come back to us if we ever decided to terminate the agreement through any event of default on the part of the operation by the 300 Stewart Avenue Corporation. So what you're approving is both that pre-operating and development agreement that gets us to the opening, then from the opening, a lease agreement that carries us forward 30 years and very strictly outlines and stipulates conditions and terms that we would have a joint relationship as landlord and tenant moving forward from that point. So with all those provisions contained therein, staff recommends approval of these agreements.
Very good. Any questions of Mr. Adams?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Wilson.
Thank you. Scott, who owns the land and the building itself?
The city does.
And the city remains the owner of those two?
Yes. We would be the landlord, and this would be a long-term lease, and the 300 Stewart Avenue Corporation would be the tenant operating under that landlord-tenant relationship.
City Attorney, I need an opinion. Yeah, Mr. Jervik, I'm on the board of the 300 Stewart Avenue Board of Directors. May I vote on this?
I think in this case, it's a nonprofit. You serve without compensation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I think in this case, it's one of those rare cases where I think we actually have a harmony of interest here, not a conflict of interest. And as a result, I think you can vote.
Very good. Thank you. All right, Councilor Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Adams. And thank the nonprofit board and executives for their leadership in moving the Mob Museum forward. As I mentioned before in my previous statements at prior council meetings, this entertainment venue will not only attract hundreds of thousands of tourists from out of state, but it will also attract, in my opinion, hundreds of thousands of residents here locally to an entertainment venue that the Las Vegas Valley has never experienced before. This is going to be a treat. This is going to be an educational venue, a museum that will tell a rich story, the beginnings of Las Vegas as well as law enforcement and the important role in which it has played in during the organized crime era. So with that, I am very excited about the opportunity of its existence and all of the leadership that has been put behind it and resources as well. The question that I have for those that are listening, when do we anticipate the museum opening?
Right now, the schedule calls for it opening right around the June timeframe of 2011. We're going to do everything we can to try to accelerate that. There's certainly challenges associated with it. Renovating an older building and converting an older building to an adaptive reuse the way we have. But at this point, the tentative schedule is somewhere around June of 2011. We'll try to accelerate that to the best of our ability.
Well, Mr. Adams, you spoke on something very important, and that's the adaptive reuse of an older building, specifically in a city in which believes in implosion. I am very pleased to be a part of a new era where we're restoring and also preserving the rich history of these older buildings within our community. And I believe that this is something that will be here long after we're all gone in regards to not only the structure but the entertainment venue that it will be bringing to the community as well. So with that, I would like to move forward to follow staff's recommendation with all conditions for approval.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. All right, thank you. We'll now move on to item 62. 62 is discussion and possible action regarding a cooperative agreement for federal safe routes to school funding between the City of Las Vegas and the Nevada Department of Transportation for infrastructure improvements along suggested routes for Vegas Verdes and Wasden Elementary Schools and Hyde Park Middle School as part of the overall transportation enhancement in the area, and this is in Ward 1. Mr. Cervantes.
Jorge Cervantes, Department of Public Works. This is a cooperative agreement between the City of Las Vegas and the Nevada Department of Transportation for a Safe Route to School grant, which is issued through the Federal Department of Transportation as part of the Transportation Bill. The city applied for this grant in conjunction with the Lookout Kid Abouts Coalition in order to provide enhancements, infrastructure improvement enhancements near school areas. The purpose of this program, Safe Route to School, is to encourage kids to walk and bicycle to school by providing these type of improvements. The limits of this project are along several corridors from Alta down to Sahara, and it's been broken into phases so we can try to accelerate some of these construction. The first phase being the west side of Valley View from Alta down to Fulton. And this project, because we have a current drainage project currently under construction in this area, we're going to be able to change order this into that portion of the project and get this out pretty quick and work on this summer. The next portion wraps around down Fulton and goes around Hyde Park Middle School and down Hinson to Charleston. Some of the improvements include widen the sidewalk to 10 feet to make it a multi-use path so both kids walking and riding the bikes can ride together in this area and not have to ride in the streets. In front of high school, we're going to be doing some curb extensions and some other traffic calming to make it safer for the kids to cross out there. This portion of the project, we're going to work it with the Rotary Park project. We've got some improvements planned for Rotary Park toward the end of this year, and so we'll be building that with that portion. As we work around the school areas, we try to time it so that we work when the school breaks are in to minimize the impacts to the schools themselves. The third portion will be going down Hinson from Charleston down to Oakey. This section of Hinson has areas where we don't have sidewalk at all. And so we'll be providing the sidewalk improvements, again, making it a 10-foot sidewalk instead of a 5-foot sidewalk so kids can both walk and ride their bikes on this area here. We'll also be improving some of the intersections where we don't have AD accessible ramps, providing those there. The fourth portion is on Las Verdes in front of Vegas Verdes School, and again, doing similar improvements, and that'll go all the way down to Sahara. The final portion is on Palomino Avenue in front of Wasden Elementary School, where several years ago we provided some temporary traffic calming devices out there, some curb extensions, and some median along the middle to prohibit U-turns to make it safer for kids to cross there. We're going to replace these with permanent improvements as part of this program. This work that we're doing here with this grant is part of overall improvements we're doing to this entire area. That includes some work we'll be doing on Valley View from US 95 down to Decatur. That includes some traffic improvements as well as the landscape median down that whole corridor. And so this is part of an overall improvement we're trying to do to this area, this part of our city.
Thank you, Mr. Cervantes. Any comments or questions of Mr. Cervantes? All right, I know that Councilwoman Tarkanian's staff has worked so diligently on this particular project. It's finally coming to fruition, so thank you very much.
It's a joy that it's finally coming to fruition, and I thank you, Jorge, for helping us so that we could tie together these many different projects. This project began about 4.5 years ago, I believe, after a year in which 6 school children were either killed or injured on their way to school. And I want to give a special thanks to Robin Monet on my staff, who helped in the organization of trying to help children find safe routes to school. And this is throughout the city, but she did apply for this, or help apply with the city for this grant. And I just can't tell you how much it's needed. I hope eventually we'll be able to do it all over. When you have special people who put their heart and their soul into a project, as Robin did in this, and when you have a staff that helped her as much as they could, and we get as large a grant as this to help children, our most vulnerable in society, I just think it's a wonderful thing, and I'm very, very happy and overjoyed. And I've been waiting. I think they told us, Mr. Mayor, about 3 years ago we had won the grant, and now 3 years later we're finally getting the funds to begin. So it's a very happy, happy day, and I move to approve.
Very good. Let's vote on that. Post?
Mayor Goodman. Beverly, my screen went dead. I pulled on a wire and something happened. Yes, and then I think we need a tech to come up here and... Great, thanks.
Okay. Motion carries. All right, Post. That's great. Motion carries.
I can vote verbally as long as Beverly can report on it. We don't have that many more.
No. Okay, item 64. This is Traffic and Parking Commission for the term of Betty Craik, which expires May 15th of 2010. This is Councilwoman Tarkanian's recommendation, either to reappoint Ms. Craik or somebody new from Ward 1.
Betty's done a very good job for us on this committee, and I move to approve that she have an extension in her term.
Very good. Let's
have
vote
another term.
Very good. Let's vote. Post?
Aye. Thank you. Apparently I hit the power button.
Motion carries.
You know what I'm talking about, don't you?
Okay, motion carries. Item 65 is Bill number 2010-13, revises and updates provisions governing 1, master sign plans, and 2, general plan amendment and rezoning decisions. And Councilman Wilson, do you wish to have the bill read?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2010-13, an ordinance related to zoning, revising provisions governing the effect of master sign plans, updating provisions governing general plan amendments and rezonings, and providing for other related matters.
Thank you. And Councilman Wilson, your motion, please.
My motion is for approval.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 66 is Bill number 2010-14, clarifies the authority of the city traffic engineer regarding residential parking permit zones. And Councilman, do you wish to have it read?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2010-14, in order to clarify the authority of the city traffic engineer regarding residential parking permit zones and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you. And your motion, please.
For approval.
Thank you. Let's vote. Post, please. Motion carries. Thank you. Items 67 and 68, bills 2010-15 and 2010-16 are eligible for adoption at a later meeting. So we'll go on to the new bills. New bills, item 69, bill 2010-17, will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, May the 4th of 2010. Mr. Jervik, would you be kind enough to read that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Bill number 2010-17, an ordinance concerning the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, Special Improvement District number 1485, Alta Drive, Landscape Maintenance, FY 2011, providing for the payment of the costs and expenses of maintaining street beautification improvements, assessing the cost of maintenance against the accessible lots, tracts, and parcels of land benefited by said maintenance, ratifying, approving, and confirming all action previously taken, and prescribing details in connection therewith.
All right, thank you very much. Councilman Barlow, will you be available on May the 4th?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. And Councilman Anthony, will you be available May 4th? Thank you. So you'll be assigned this particular bill, and we're going to move on to item number 70. Number 70 is...
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Could I just ask, this bill relates back to item number 57, and 57 related if there were any objections or complaints. I had not received any, and I just wanted to ask if anybody has received any in the city, would they please let me know?
All right, thank you very much. Item 70, our next item is to go into closed session to discuss labor negotiations. May I have a motion, please, to go into closed session?
Yes, Your Honor. I make a motion to go into closed door session, please.
All right, thank you. And following the closed door session, the council meeting will be in recess until 1 p.m. That's 1 p.m. this afternoon. Okay, let's vote on that motion, please. Post? Motion carries. Thank you.
Go down to court. Judge Bonaventure was sitting for Judge Corey. Judge Bonaventure heard my case first. I was here at 9:15.
How is Joe?
He's living the good life.
Why?
He's got a pension.
Right.
So he gets the steady paycheck.
Right.
Now he sits as a district court, what do you call it, senior judge.
Right at.
Mayor Pro Tem? Motion to
start, huh?
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As you know, we were in a closed personnel session, and I believe that it's appropriate at this point in time to advise the public as to what directive and what direction the city will be going in as a result of that session. No agreement has been reached with our largest employee group, which is the CEA, and with the council's support, we've directed our city manager to further reduce our fiscal year 2011 budget. We've directed her to aggressively address the shortfall that is growing rapidly as a result of declining revenues and ever-increasing labor costs. She has been instructed to evaluate and pursue all necessary means to bring our budget in balance for fiscal year 2011 with less reliance on reserves when possible. She's been instructed to look at every corner of the city, sparing no one in contributing to the reduction in the shortfall. I applaud the executive and appointives for being the first to step up with a plan to help address the shortfall. They've felt the brunt of most of our labor costs over the past 2 to 3 years. In their pay structure, they haven't received any raises, no COLAs, no steps, and this is not the case with our other employee groups. I don't expect them to give any more than they already are to address to the shortfall, and that is consistent with our early message that whatever we needed to do was to be equal across all labor groups. Well, we've had 2 labor groups tell us no to reducing our labor costs, and we bear that in mind as well in this process. As Ms. Fretwell works to identify the additional cuts that would be necessary to begin to balance our budget more quickly, I'll ask her to keep those prior sacrifices in mind. As your mayor, and I speak with the council's approval, we do not want to leave this city in a terrible state for the next group of elected officials. We feel it's our duty, myself, and the duty of the council, to begin to bring our finances in line with what the private sector economy has, so that we will have a sustainable city for generations to come. The one we have right now isn't sustainable, and we have to do more now to bring things back into balance. We're directing the manager to communicate this to all of our employees, the leaders of our bargaining units, and develop a much more modest fiscal year 2011 budget for council consideration in May as a result of our inability to curtail our labor costs through negotiations and concessions. We tried, but the window is closed and the door is slammed, and now we're going to straighten out our financial situation together. With that, I'll call item number 71. Any items from the afternoon session that the council, staff, and or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you for that last item also. Item number 92 is a special use permit 37068, applicant Lovett Companies, owner Spanish Villas at Sahara LLC at 3190 West Sahara Avenue. The owners request that to be held in advance until our 5/19/2010 meeting. And item 99 is a special use permit 37378, applicant Walgreen Company, owner Tatsumi International LV Company LTD at 7599 West Lake Mead Boulevard. The applicants request that to be held in advance until our 5/19/2010 meeting. And item 101 is a site development review 37363, applicant owner Lead Foundation Trust at 3901 West Charleston Boulevard. Councilwoman Tarkanian requests that to be held in advance until our 5/5/2010 meeting. Council members, are there any other items besides these three at this time? Hearing none, Your Honor, I make a motion we bring these three items forward and take the appropriate action, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 72 is a public hearing on local improvement district for special improvement district number 1516, Fremont Street Maintenance District from Las Vegas Boulevard to A Street. This is in Ward 5. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Lori Leonard Dunford, Department of Public Works, Special Improvement District Office. This is the public hearing for Special Improvement District number 1516, Fremont Street. It is a commercial area vitalization project, and this hearing is to discuss the budget for fiscal year 2011. There are 34 parcels in the district. It is assessed on an area basis, and the total area for the district is 15.62 acres. The total budget for this year, or total assessments for this year, is $252,402. That covers the security, maintenance, utilities, marketing, advertising, and promotional activities within the Fremont East District. One letter was filed with the clerk's office from Ms. Ada Cohen regarding the assessments, and I also have a letter that I received this morning from the Downtown Entertainment Corporation Board of Directors.
Do you want to synthesize that for us? Basically, what does that say?
The letter from the Downtown Entertainment Corporation is in support of the district. They are seeing continued growth and expansion in the entertainment district, and they are ready to continue with the assessments. I also have Mr. Frank Elam here from the Downtown Entertainment Corporation, if you have any questions of him.
Right,
the district, this will pay for the costs from July 1st, 2010 through June 30th, 2011, and the payments will be quarterly, July and October of 2010 and January and April of 2011.
Right, very good. Are there any questions? Ms. Bridges, do you have a copy of the letter? We'll make that part of the record, please. All right, thank you very much. All right, very good. Thank you. All right, this is a public hearing, so if you'd like to be heard, we'd be happy to listen to you. Yes, sir.
No comments. We're in support of it. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Thank you very much for being here. Okay, are there any questions? Would anyone else like to comment? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to item number 73. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, item 73 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance regarding dangerous building located at 2200 Santa Paula Drive in the amount of $5,091.35 and assess a maximum of $36,550 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is GMAC Mortgage LLC. This is in Ward 3. It's a public hearing, which is now declared open. Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The purpose and background is that the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. Where no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired American Demolition to board all open doors and windows on the main structure, remove metal shed located in the rear yard, remove all trash, debris, and high and dead vegetation. To date, there have been 11 inspections conducted at this location. The estimated value of the property based on Zillow.com is $141,000. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include a $1,149 invoice for American Demolition Services in addition to other fees for a total of $5,091.35 and consider assessing a maximum of $36,550 in daily civil penalties. And, Your Honor, if I may, just for the record, I have word that possibly, I have not verified it, that $5,091.35 has been paid, but I have not verified it at this time. I just wanted to put that on the record in case it had been paid.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions to Mr. Smith?
I have a question. When did you get the notification that it was paid? Yesterday, day before, today?
Actually, I was just notified that it may have been paid, just moments ago. But we're not sure if it's been paid or not.
Are you able to tell us who notified you?
Dr. Morris Hebler.
Okay.
She noted that she possibly had some belief that maybe it had been paid, but we can't verify that.
Well, was it paid by check?
Good afternoon, Lisa Morris Hilbler, Deputy Director at Neighborhood Services. We believe it's been paid. We have been in contact with GMAC. We just have to verify that. But
I know, but if it were to be paid...
If it were to be paid, Your Honor, it would have been by check, yes.
Say it again,
I have
please.
the answer, sir.
Okay, well,
I have
all
the
right,
answer.
solve the mystery. Go
I
ahead.
have the answer. My name is Jim. I'm a local realtor here.
Jim what?
Jim Fan, Phan.
All right.
I'm a local realtor. My family and I just bought the home, and we renovated quite a few homes on that street, Santa Paula, Santa Clara. We have total 4 homes in there. We just got paid already. I have the HUD here, paid through the escrow company, $5,000 and odd dollars. I don't remember how much it is.
All right,
It's
you
paid
wanna
already.
Can I see it, please?
Absolutely.
That way we know how it
Absolutely.
was paid, and we'll put that mystery to rest.
I do have it right here.
Good. If you'd be kind enough to hand it up, I'll get it back to you. Thank you.
Can I ask you a question?
Certainly.
Have you bought the property?
Yes, it was recorded on the 19th of
What are you
this
going to do
month.
with this property?
I'm sorry?
What are you going to do with this property?
Oh, I'm going to renovate it. I'm going to gut everything out. That's what I have been doing on 2210 Santa Paula.
I'm just worried about this location here right now. So are you going to start right now?
Oh, yes, absolutely. We're probably going to start on Monday. Today is Wednesday. I'm going to start on Monday.
Thank you. It looks like it has been paid.
Your Honor, if I'd like to listen to abeyance for until our next council meeting and see if it has in fact been paid, and then I'll ask more questions about what he's going to do as far as keeping this property up.
You want to keep? Do you want him to make an appointment to see him?
That'd be fine. Yes.
Why don't you call Mayor Pro Tem's office and you'll chat with him, and
Okay.
That way he'll feel comfortable with his decision. All right. Right now, there's a motion to obey this until what time? Until what date?
May 5th.
May 5th. Hopefully, you'll have it all worked out by then. Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post.
Thanks, Lisa.
Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you. Good luck. Item 74 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance regarding dangerous building located at 397 North 16th Street in the amount of $2,949 and assess a maximum of $37,050 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is Cayetano Nunez, and this is in Ward 5. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Mr. Smith.
Again, Mayor and Council, the purpose and background is the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired Blast Janitorial Service to board all open doors windows on the main structure, remove all trash, graffiti, litter, and illegal makeshift fence. To date, there have been 8 inspections conducted at this location. The estimated value based on Zillow.com is $88,000. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include a $500 invoice for Blast Janitorial Services in addition to other fees assessed for a total of $2,949 and consider assessing a maximum of $37,050 in daily civil penalties. And just for the record, Your Honor, no daily civils, but out of the $2,949, all of that has been paid except for the $500 invoice for Blast Janitorial.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir. Would you please identify yourself?
Yes, Eric Morris, BAC Field Services.
All right. Are you representing anybody here?
Representing the owner of the property, yes. Well, it's a bank-owned property.
All right.
So, there was a clerical issue. Apparently, we had got an invoice that showed as paid. It was reversed, so it took us a while to get that check. But here is the balance of that $2,900.
The $500 is...
Yes, it's in my hand. I'm going to take it to finance after the meeting.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Would you like to say anything else at this time?
Mr. Wolford, I did pay the $84 on your account from last time. Actually, not with me, but we have verification.
That's for a receipt last time. I think that I'll take you as your word. Thank you.
All right, we're all good.
All right. All right, thank you. Anybody else like to be heard? It's a public hearing. Yes, sir. Why don't you step up, give us your name, be happy to hear from you.
My respects to the mayor and the city council, and an apology that I'm not prepared.
Please tell us your name.
Louis Johnson, 8445 Pacific Spring Avenue, and I live at the 8400 address. That a proposed cash business or something is going in.
No, that's a different matter, sir. We're on item number 74 at this point.
This is 100.
Right, we're not there yet. We're on 74. We're going through these, and then we'd be happy to hear from you.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard on item number 74? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor. Devin, just for clarification, speak to the $500 balance. Is that from the civil penalties, or is that from the cost of recovery for staff going out?
That is part of the cost of recovery. That $500 is what was paid out to the contractor for the abatement of the property.
Okay.
And that's the last $500 that he does have the check for. Then that $2,949 will be paid in full.
Okay, but that's not to include the daily civil penalties?
Correct.
Okay, so there's daily civil penalties still on the property that needs to be addressed.
Well, it would be at the council's discretion to award the daily civil penalties up to the amount of $37,050.
Okay. And, sir, I'm sorry, your name again?
Eric Morris.
Eric Morris. And you represent the bank?
I actually represent the field. I manage these properties indirectly to get them cleaned up. So I really don't represent the bank. I'm here as a representative. I'm the one in town who's responsible for being in touch with the owners, the investors, and getting these properties cleaned up, trying to keep these from getting to this point. Hopefully we do the cleanup work, but there are times, due to legal status of the property, other items that we aren't able to do it. And then, unfortunately, the city has to abate that property, and then we pay the cost.
So who is Cayetano Nunez?
That would obviously be the prior owner of the property, I believe.
The prior owner?
Yeah, I believe that was like I said, this is bank-owned, some sort of investor bank-owned property at this point.
Okay. So there's still an outstanding daily civil penalty of $37,000. Do you know anything about that?
The way I understand the civil penalties is that that's based on the day from the first notice of violation, and is imposed as a penalty if these costs are ignored. That's the way I understand it. This property's been cleaned up for quite a while now. We just didn't get notification for whatever reason that the payment's being due, and it took a while to get the checks. I don't have the answer to that, but it has been cleaned up for a good amount of time.
Okay,
sure.
I guess what I'm trying to get to is who do we need to address in regards to the daily civil penalties, Devin?
Well, Councilman, if I may, basically, this gentleman is a contractor that different property banks contract to get these properties cleaned up. So right now, that $37,050, if you were to impose the daily civil penalties, would be the responsibility of the bank to pay those to the city in addition to what they have already paid.
Okay. Then what I will do, being that they have been working with us, is assess 10% of the daily civil penalties to this property, which should be roughly $3,700.
$37. All right. Is that your motion,
To
Councilman?
include the $500 that he has in his hand now.
Okay, well, the $500 is part of the original $2,900 cost.
That's what I'm speaking to.
Okay. So there'll be an outstanding balance of 10% of the...
$3,700.
Okay. All right, is that the motion, Councilman?
That'll be my motion.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 75 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 1328 Pyramid Drive in the amount of $6,202, $6,200.02, and assess a maximum of $207,050 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is Willie B. Jaquez, and this is in Ward 5. Shall I read this in conjunction with the next one, too, the next door properties?
If you'd like, Your Honor.
All right, 76 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 1400 Pyramid Drive in the amount of $9,144.19 and assess a maximum of $211,050 in daily civil penalties. The property owners are Willie B. Jaquez and Shirley J. Io, and this is in Ward 5. These are both public hearings, and I now declare them open.
Again, Mayor and Council, the purpose and background is the condition of these properties was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started a legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired NDX LLC to remove all trash and debris, including combustible waste, matter, combustible fibers, combustible liquid from all ingress and egress areas of the property, and 6 months later hired Lunas Construction to remove all trash and debris and stored items from the areas of the property. To date, there have been 9 inspections conducted at this location. The estimated value of the property, based on Zillow.com, is $145,500. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include a $2,392.02 invoice for NDX LLC and $238.50 invoice for Lunas Construction in addition to other fees for a total of $6,200.02, and consider assessing a maximum of $207,050 in daily civil penalties. And that would be on the first one, which is the 1368 Pyramid.
Right.
Mr. Smith, before we go any further, Your Honor, I think I can save some time. These 2 cases are currently pending in the municipal court. There's been a trial on them. I talked to staff about either striking or holding these in abeyance. There's a final judgment that's going to be entered in them. I don't think the council has really authority right now to be imposing any fines that are in contradiction to what the court's going to issue under the judgment. So at this point, I don't know if you want to strike them, Devin, or if you want to hold them in abeyance, but currently there's already a civil action pending on these matters in municipal court.
Right, Councilman Barlow, does that affect your what you want to do?
Well, versus striking the item, I would prefer to hold it in abeyance so that I will have an opportunity to bring this item back after the court proceedings so that we'll have an understanding of where the court resides on this item. And so at this time, I would move to hold it in abeyance. Mr. Steele, what is the projected date of the court hearing?
I know you're going to ask me that. I'm looking at my calendar right now, Councilman. I think if we set it for the first meeting in June, I know the hearing is sometime in May, but I'm not finding it on my calendar right now. So
okay, then let's go for the first meeting in June. And what date is that, Beth?
June 2nd.
June 2nd? Okay, then we'll set it for June 2nd, Mayor.
All right, and that's for item 75 and 76. And did you want to be heard?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. I want to know if this has been cleaned up. Can you imagine if you were a neighbor to this property and happened to live next to that junkyard? I mean, that would just be a try. I don't care what the courts, how they deal with it, but this needs to be cleaned up.
Are you able to answer that?
Like
Is it
now.
cleaned up?
It has been cleaned up. We
Oh, it
hired a
has.
contractor to go out and remove everything.
Very good.
Mayor
All right,
Goodman, I'm sorry. May I
Good.
please, with your permission, Councilman Barlow, Mr. Steele, is it a civil action in municipal court?
Yes, it is.
Who is it a lawsuit for damages, or is it
It's a civil action.
Is the city of Las Vegas bringing that?
Is the
action?
plaintiff, yep, and the property owners are the defendants. It'd been pending there for quite some time. Actually, ultimately, the municipal court did do a good job. It just took a long time because the property owner delayed a lot of the proceedings and made a lot of representations that the court continued to buy into. Finally, we had a hearing. The judge ordered, during the course of the proceedings, he ordered cleanups at the property twice. It was cleaned up once originally, and it got back into a terrible condition. The trial was held, and he ordered it cleaned up again, and that's the last that I know of it.
What kind of action is it? It's not a complaint for damages. What is it? Is it a...
The municipal court under Chapter 5 of the NRS has authority over civil abatement actions for the city to enforce its abatement actions in municipal court. It's an option that we had that our office decided to exercise in this case under the circumstances rather than go to municipal court.
Rather than go to municipal court?
Under the criminal proceedings, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then my last question is, you normally show us pictures of the properties after they've been abated. I don't think we saw those in this case. We saw pictures of these properties in disarray with everything, including the kitchen sink, shown to us. But do you have pictures of these properties since they've been cleaned up?
There should have been a post-abatement video with...
Because Mr. Farlow makes a good point. I mean, if they've been cleaned up, then at least the nuisance has been abated. But I want to make sure that they've, and I appreciate your indulgence.
There it is.
This is the cleaned up?
Little. Well, a hose was wrapped.
No, that wasn't the cleanup.
Just why this is running, one of the things that took place is when we received the court approval to go on the property and clean the property, we were very limited. The first time we went out on what we could do, we could only go out within 10 feet of the house and clean up that immediate area. Then we had to go back for a second abatement at another court order and finish cleaning the property. So there should have been a video here of the property once it was cleaned. And I believe that's what that's showing there. There was some specific things on the site that we were ordered by the court not to remove.
Okay, this looks better. I think the previous video was from either 5 days before or 30 days before.
I think what we're looking at is, like I said, we had one video that showed we were allowed to clean within 10 feet of or 10 feet out from the actual residential area. We could only clean a perimeter of 10 feet. And then we had to go back for a second order of the court to finish cleaning the property. So this was quite a long, drawn-out process.
There's
this is a month and a half ago, so this is much better. I'm sorry, this is two and a half months ago.
And see, one of the things is we're showing here is he's already starting to recollect a lot of the...
There's a hose. Okay.
Thank you.
And we're assuming we'll be back to this at some time in the future because we deal with these properties quite often.
Okay, there's a motion. Let's vote on the motion, please. Post? Oh, did you want to be heard? All right. No, that's fine. No, no problems. You're more than welcome to
Mr.
do
Mayor,
that.
my name is Anthony Holiday, 123 Sedaven. Ward 1, Ward 3, and 5, we all know that. And this is a part of the older area of the city, you know. So some of these problems was, when times was good and the city was flourishing, a lot of it was kind of, you know, run down a bit, whatever. So what I'm trying to say now, when times get really rough, then a bad situation gets even rougher, you know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying that, and poor Mr. Barlow, a lot of this stuff is falling in his Ward 5, something awful. But that's all I have to say. It's just keep in mind that a lot of this property is pretty old, period, okay? And it just cleaned up somewhere, it's about ready to fall over, period. But you know what I'm saying. Be reasonable with yourself. Thank you. I'm sorry about that.
Okay. Would anyone else like to be heard before I close the public hearing? All right, public hearing is closed. I believe we voted. Opposed, please. Okay, motion carries, and those two items are obeyed. Thank you, Councilman.
You might excuse Steve Ross again.
Excuse me?
You might excuse Steve.
Okay, and may the record reflect that Councilman Ross is excused for the afternoon session as well. Thank you. Item 77 is a public hearing to consider a request for a waiver and or reduction of fees for the property located at 1389 Laurie Avenue in the amount of up to $180,796.17. The property owners are New Century Home Equity Loan, TR, in Ward 5. It's a public hearing which is now open.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. Lisa Morris Hibbler, Deputy Director, Neighborhood Services Department. Today's hearing is a request to consider a waiver and or reduction of fees imposed on the parcel at the City Council meeting on February 6, 2008 and November 19, 2008. The case was generated on September 6, 2007. There were 2 abatements conducted on this property. The abatement fees associated with the case total $7,746.17, including interest, and $173,050 in assessed daily civil penalties. To date, no payments have been made. The total owed on the case with civil penalties is $180,796.17, and that does include interest. New Century Home Equity took possession of the property on June 2007 and owned the property 5 months prior to the first abatement. Staff recommends at a minimum that the applicant pay $7,746.17 in abatement fees, including interest, and $17,305 of assessed daily civil penalties, which is 10%, for a total of $25,051.17.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Sir, what's your name, please?
Anthony Epel, Signature Estates Realty. I'm the listing broker.
Fine, be happy to hear from you, sir.
For the property. And with my discussions with the asset manager, with the bank, or the representing the bank, Carrington Mortgage Servicing services the property. We list the property. So they wanted some type of a breakdown of the details of the costs for the abatement so they can submit it for final investor approval so that we can get these fees paid.
Well, we're certainly happy to give you a breakdown of whatever we have. There's never been a problem. Anybody who's interested in that, who has one of these items, all they have to do is call up Neighborhood Services, and we're in a position where we could provide that virtually immediately upon request. But do you have anything else that you wanted to bring before us at this time?
That's about. We've got the property in contract. We're trying to sell it. Obviously, we need to handle this issue first before we can transfer title of the property. So we're hoping to resolve this soon so that the property can be sold.
Okay, thank you. Public here. Did you want to be heard?
Well, I was just going to say, I've been in contact with Mr. Yipple several times. I wish he had let me know that he needed that information. I could have provided prior to the day.
Okay, well, we'll do it expeditiously now. Would anyone else like to be heard? It's a public hearing. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Barlow?
Yes, Ms. Hibbler, I do have a question in regards to the $180,000 imposed on this property. How do we anticipate moving forward with the $180,000 versus the recommendation that you have brought before the councils in the amount of $25,000?
Well, the civil penalties of the $180,000, the civil penalties are $173,000. So I had, in my conversations with Mr. Yipple, had asked that he go back to his client and talk to them about paying the hard costs and at least 10%, that it was at council's discretion, but it would probably be at least 10% of the civil penalties. So.
Okay. Then my motion would be to obey this item, 2 weeks to give the gentleman an opportunity to go back and speak to his representatives and come back with whether or not they are amenable to paying the cost of what's set as far as the recommendation. I would actually like to see a check in hand before I make a decision today.
Well, I was wondering if it's possible, I have to check with Dan, do we have to obey it, or if they're not willing to pay the amount, do we have to not bring it back before council?
Well, I'm a little unclear, Councilman. We're here today to make a decision whether the council is willing to waive some of the amount. But if that's not the case and they're asking for that the entire amount be waived, the council can make a decision on that pretty simply.
My
I
decision
think.
would be to obey it 2 weeks.
Okay.
And that's the motion. Let's vote. Thank
May
you.
5th.
Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 78 is a hearing to consider the appeal regarding 10-day vacate nuisance notice in order to comply located at 8149 Satin Carnation Lane. The property owner is John S. Watkins, and this is in Ward 6. Mr. Smith.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is the subject property was determined to be a public nuisance as defined in Las Vegas Municipal Title IX, dealing with nuisances. A 10-day notice to vacate order to comply was mailed to the property owner to correct the public nuisance as defined in Las Vegas Municipal Code Title 9.04.010, dealing with nuisances, and Las Vegas Municipal Code 16.08.010, Uniform Dangerous Building Code. A copy of the notice was also posted on the property. Today's hearing is to consider the appeal of the 10-day to vacate notice in order to comply filed by John S. Watkins, owner and responsible party. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the 10-day notice to vacate in order to comply.
Mr. Smith, what was wrong?
There's no power to the property. And under Municipal Code, Housing Code, and Building Code, it clearly states that any property within 300 feet of a public utility power needs to be connected to the power system, because when they're living there with no power to they have no ability for hot water, generally no ability for cooking, no ability for heating or cooling. And we also run into situations where people start running power cords from neighbors' homes, running generators, lighting fires.
No, I
in the
appreciate that.
house.
I was looking at the video, and I couldn't tell what the problem was. but
That's what it
you
is.
just
There's no
said
power meter on. There's no power to the property.
that. Okay. Mr. Watkins?
Yes, sir.
Yes, let's hear from you.
I had some roommates. They ran up a huge electric bill. They bailed out on me. I've been doing the best I can. I talked to the power company this morning, and I'm in a position to have it turned on immediately, but they can't turn it on until it's inspected, and I can't afford the inspections. I'm just barely getting by with paying this huge electric bill. And there is gas, there is hot water, there's water, there's gas, and there's DC lighting. But like I say, I'm in a position to turn the power back on as soon as. They say have to be inspected, but I mean before they can turn it on. But if they inspect it, it's not there. So I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me.
I understand what you're saying.
I can explain that, Your Honor,
Yes,
if I
please.
may. The power company, once they pull a meter on a property, they require you to have the building department go out and inspect to make sure that the meter box has not been tampered with and that it's going to be a safe condition for the power company to reset the meter and that the power to the property won't be a hazard.
How much does it cost? How much do we charge to have an inspector go out there to look at this?
That I could not honestly answer. I would have to look into
Is
that.
it a city inspector that goes out and then advises the power company as to the status? Is that the way it works?
What they have to do is they have to pull, a licensed electrician has to pull a permit, make any repairs to the panel necessary, then the building department signs off on it that it's safe and everything's been done, and then Nevada Power will come reset the meter.
Does anybody know how much that costs? It seems like...
Wes does.
Who does?
Wes.
Okay, Mr. Isbert, come on. Please come up to the mic, identify your name, and if you can help us, I'd appreciate it.
Wes Isbert, 107 East Charleston. The process really isn't the inspections where the fees come in. It's in the drawings that the architect or the electrician has to do. So they have to go there. They have to inspect the place. They have to do a drawing of load calculations and everything. You submit that to the building department. The building department then accepts the drawing. You send an inspector out. If everything is correct, if there are mistakes, they have to fix that.
How much does that cost?
It starts at $500, and most of the time that I've done it, it's in the maybe $2,000 to $3,000 range just to get the application into the building department phase.
All right, thank you.
You know, it's just the amount of work.
I would like to have another person go tell us.
Yeah, Your Honor, this house is less than 2 years old, and I have not tampered with it at
No,
all.
I'm not. I'm concerned about creating more of a problem than exists now because of bureaucracy. That's all. I'm looking for a way out of this if I can figure one out. But I don't know.
And Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
He's saying that really he has gas-run utilities too, right?
Yes,
Except
yeah, I have
for
water
the
and
light.
gas, yes.
Yeah,
And,
so as far as hot water and stuff like that, he has that taken care of. And the stove?
Yes, ma'am.
That's gas?
Yes, ma'am.
So the only thing is lighting?
Yes, ma'am. I have DC LED lights,
Yeah.
and the all the smoke detectors are 9 volt. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not using candles or anything like that.
Okay. All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. Let's hear from the other two people.
All right, public hearing, does anyone want to be heard on this? It's not a public hearing, it's not a, pardon me, it's not a public hearing, I'm sorry. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Devin, what do you recommend we do on this? I mean, if he can't, if he doesn't have the money to get the power turned on, what do we do?
Well, I'm just speaking from a standpoint of the code. The code's very clear that says that you can't maintain residency in a situation in a place that has no power or all of the essential utilities. So I would have to refer to Mr. Still. I'm thinking that if we allowed him to stay and something did happen due to extension cords or something, a fire, that the city might have some liability to that.
Absolutely, yes.
Well, the code specifically says it has to be repaired, the code section that Mr. Smith cited to in the notice, or be vacated until the situation can be corrected. And this is a vacation hearing today. I mean,
No, I
to
understand.
vacate the
No,
property.
I understand
So
what the law
I know
says.
that's the four corners of the law.
Yeah, unfortunately, I know what the law says, and I know the reason for the law, and I know the potential liability here. It's just a shame that our economy has gotten to a point where
Mr.
I
Mayor?
can't afford to go through the process to turn on the power. Yes.
And it does add up to a lot, because I know then you have to put a deposit down, and it's bigger because of the problem that happened before. And I'm just wondering if maybe somebody could make a call to the energy company and ask them if on their special programs for helping people they might consider this. And Mr. Mayor, since you have the most powerful name, maybe if you could do that. Way more, probably.
Maybe I could bully them, too.
What was that?
Mayor?
I said maybe I could bully them, too.
Mayor?
Yes.
I think maybe we could have this gentleman meet with Chris Knight and one of the electrical supervisors to give him a chance to get an electrical professional from the city out there to see what we can do to help the situation out.
When I spoke to the power company this morning, they gave me a figure to have it turned back on. They said the only thing holding it up is the inspection.
Okay, well, why don't we do this? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. I would move to hold this in abeyance for 30 days. Are you living at this residence as we speak?
I also bought the house 2 doors down from my daughter, so I stay there most of the time, but my dog stays at my house.
I don't want to see anything happen to your dog.
No.
You're staying at this location here?
Yes, sir.
You stay with your daughter or with the dog?
I stay with the dog most of the time. When I'm going to watch TV and stuff, I go down to my daughter's.
You just bought another house, though.
I bought both of them, yes.
How could you buy a house if you can't afford this one here?
They're both paid for. I just couldn't afford the electric bill that the roommates ran up. Instead of a $90 typical bill, I got it was like $600 and something dollars. And then they just took off.
I'm going to hold this in abeyance, Your Honor, until our next meeting on May 5th. I'm just going to ask that staff check into it. I really believe that if the man can buy 2 houses, he can certainly get the power turned on at this location. And I would ask staff to work with the gentleman and see what we can to do to come up and help if we can. If not, then he's going to have to go to the Bank of Royal Money or something. If he's going to live at this location, he's going to have power. That's what the code says.
Very good.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Your Honor, if I may, just for the record, whenever we run into a case like this, we call Nevada Power. We try to do whatever we can to give them some type of assistance.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, I have no authority over Nevada Power, and they will not reset that meter until
I
he
know,
goes
I
through all
understand
his
what you're saying.
process. And that's
No, we
kind of
appreciate
been
that. But if we would talk to Mr. Knight, maybe.
I absolutely will.
Good. All right, that's a motion then. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 79 is a hearing review for the vacant or abandoned
Thank you.
building. You're welcome. Hearing review for the vacant or abandoned buildings located at 901 West McWilliams Avenue, units 101 to 104, 106, 201 to 202, 205 to 206, 301 to 306, 401 to 406, 501 to 505, 601 to 606, 701 to 702, 704 to 706, 801 to 803, 806, 808 to 810, 902 to 904, 906 to 907, 1001 West McWilliams Avenue, 840 West Bonanza Road, and 920 West Bonanza Road. The property owners, Las Vegas Apartment Lenders, LLC. This is in Ward 5. Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. Lisa Morris Hippler, Deputy Director, Neighborhood Services Department. I'd like to start out real quick by showing you a video. This is the back view of the casino facade on the Moulin Rouge site where the previous fire was.
And that's the Moulin Rouge property, is it
Moulin
not?
Rouge property,
Yes.
yes, sir. This is the bell tower that you can see. There's some deterioration. There's a hole at the top of the tower there. I'm showing the video footage so that you can see the distinct properties. Here is the front view of the hotel facade. This is just the remaining exterior wall of
And the sign has been removed?
Yes, sir.
And that's in the
At the
hands of the
Boneyard.
Neon Museum, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
This part of the wall within the last 30 days has fallen down.
When did the fire take place? Do you know?
It was May 6th, I believe.
May 6th of last year, right? 2009,
Yeah,
right?
2000, that's correct.
Okay. Been a year.
Yeah, this is shots of the overgrown vegetation that's there. This is Desert Breeze 1, the purple and gold two-story apartment complex. Again, overgrown vegetation.
That's a for sale sign up there?
Yes, sir. This is the second part of the Desert Breeze 1. The next scene is Desert Breeze 2. This is a two-story apartment complex. All of the units you're seeing now are on the historic Moulin Rouge site. This is what we refer to as 1001 McWilliams. It's another two-story complex. There are 4 buildings, overgrown vegetation. A lot of it is dry and dying. These are some signs that are just abandoned and in disarray. An abandoned truck that's on the Moulin Rouge property facing the Bonanza Street.
And also, if I just may interject, I have spoken to Rod Carter. This is a Clear Channel sign that is on the property, and someone from Clear Channel should be here to talk to us in regards to their sign on the property as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Carter's here.
The final footage is of the tree line condos, and this is a 9-building condos. There's 59 units, and what makes this property an attractive nuisance is that it's hidden. There's a block wall, and as you come in, you can't see that there are 6 buildings behind it. So it's very tucked away, very secluded, and we have a lot of activity that takes place there. The purpose for today's hearing, I'll let you continue to watch the video, is a review regarding the status of the violations from the public hearing item on August 5th, 2009. There were subsequent review hearings on September 2nd, 2009, October 7th, 2009, and January 20th, 2010. Since the January 20th, 2010 review, on January 25th, staff notified the owner's representative that 4 tree line condo units were open and accessible and stated that it was their responsibility to provide ongoing monitoring to ensure the units remain boarded and secure. On March 8, 2010, staff met with the owner's representative and contractor on site to walk the property and outline the painting work and perimeter screening that was to be done to reduce the visual blight that you can see from Bonanza. This included painting the adjacent strip mall on the east of the property, and at that time there were still 4 tree-lined condo units open and accessible. Last week, as of April 16th, the property had further deteriorated, and 15 to 20 tree-lined condo units were open and accessible, vandalized, and had vagrant activity, creating a nuisance and possible fire hazard. Our own code enforcement staff ran off prostitutes and vagrants that were on the property. The property owner has a 24-hour on-site security monitoring the property, but the security services seem insufficient, and it also does not include monitoring of the tree-lined park condos, the 59 units that we spoke of. This has resulted in the tree-lined park property being vandalized and has continued to subject it to vagrant activity. The security stated that they were informed not to patrol the tree-lined condos by their supervisor, despite the fact that we had notified the owner's representative that that must be done. The Moulin Rouge tree-lined condos properties are not being maintained regularly, resulting in dead and overgrown vegetation, as you saw from the film, and trash and debris, which again creates a potential fire hazard. The owner's representatives were made aware on September 25, 2009, that the power boxes at the tree-lined condos were without protective covers, leaving live wires exposed. This resulted in the wires and meters being stolen. There was also 440 volts of hot wires being exposed directly from the power lines. Nevada Energy was on site on 4/16 to disconnect some of the power boxes on some of the vacant buildings due to vandalism and dangerous conditions. As of today, we were out on the site, and the power boxes were being covered with wood, which is not code compliant. There are also trenches being dug throughout the property and pipes being stolen. A lot of the units, copper is being stolen. They're being stripped every time they're opened and accessible. With that said, staff would recommend the following: that the demolition of the Moulin Rouge casino facade, the security hutch, the bell tower, and the signage that you saw on site to be completed within 60 days. That the cleaning of the remnants of the hotel, including the removal of the exposed rebar, the stairway, and the remaining walls to be completed within 60 days, and then paint the remaining exterior. That the painting of the DB 1 and 2, which are visible from the street, be completed within 30 days. Removal of the abandoned truck to be completed within 15 days. Removal of dead and overgrown vegetation to be completed within 15 days. Removal of trash and debris to be completed within 15 days. Replace and or repair the entrance fence to be completed within 15 days. Ongoing 24-hour monitoring of all of the properties, including the tree-lined condos, by a security company. Require that the security company report nuisance, criminal, and vandalizing activities within 2 hours to the owner, and that the owner report to the city within 24 hours any issues on the property and the proposed resolution. Also, that the electrical panel covers be replaced with appropriate material. Staff also recommends a review in 45 days. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right. Be happy to hear from you, sir. Please identify yourself.
Jory Scholl, 3883 Howard Hughes Parkway. I'm here on behalf of the owners who obviously currently own the property. On March 8th, I went to the site and walked the site with representatives from the city and also with our contractor. We had discussed with the city about the possibility of making certain repairs and changes to the property so that it wasn't such an eyesore. We initially anticipated in my conversations with the city staff member that I was speaking with, the cost was going to be somewhere around $10,000. When we received back our estimate, it came in at somewhere around $50,000 for all of the work that we had discussed having done, which was frankly a bit of a surprise. So our discussions with the staff that we had last week were to the point of seeing if the city would consider the possibility that if we went forward and we did this work, delaying any discussions with regard to demolition or condemning of the structures on the Moulin Rouge property for at least a period of 2 years. That issue was, we were told, would need to be brought before the council for the council's consideration. And one thing with regard to the tree-lined condo units that I would like to point out is that when I was on site on March 8th with our contractor, we walked through all those units. There were 4 units open on that date. 3 of them were occupied. I believe at least one of them is not owned by my client. And it appears that between March 8th and as of last week, somebody went through on a rampage and knocked out a bunch of the doors. We got a contractor on site last week who finished boarding all of the unboarded units this morning. So at present, we understand that there are 4 units that are not boarded, or excuse me, I think it's 3 units that are not boarded because there are 3 people that live in those. One of those is not owned by my client, and the other 2, we're trying to decide what we're going to do to get the people out. We didn't want to board it up, considering that they have personal belongings in there, and they're actually living there without considering, or at least having some conversation with the city about what to do about the people that are in those units.
Are they paying rent to anybody?
They're not paying rent to us.
You mean they're just
They're
just living there in
we
this
think they're
mess?
squatters, for lack of a better term.
Well, I don't feel too sorry for the squatters, but I'm going to let the councilman carrying the laboring oar on this one. But I'll tell you this, my friend. I'm not going to ask you to answer the question because you're the messenger, but you sure wouldn't want to be living next to this, and you sure wouldn't want to have your office next to this. That's all I can tell you. I drive by there every day. This is a shambles. It's a blight. I mean, if the word blight was created with this in mind, that's all I can tell you. There's no excuse for this. But, Councilman, it's your baby.
One other thing, sorry.
Go ahead.
One other thing I would point out is we did have in September, I'm certain some of the council members will recall that we actually have an agreement with the city where we agreed that we would go out and we would take care of certain things with regard to the property, safety issues, cleanup of the property, all of that we did. We complied with that fully. And with regard to the weed and the overgrowth that's out there right now, we'll have somebody on site within the week to get that taken care of and cleaned up.
Okay.
So
I'm trying to be nice to you. Maybe the councilman won't be. Councilman?
I'm always nice.
Okay.
And Mary, you're nicer than me.
On this one, I'm trying to maintain my temper.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Val is. I know you and I had a conversation. Val is. Dan. Dan. I keep saying Val. I apologize, Dan. I know he kind of looks like Val. Huh? I'm kidding. Dan, I know you and I have had conversation in regards to this property. Was there anything that you needed to put on the record prior to moving forward?
Well, the council gets to consider all of the testimony from Lisa, all the summary that she's provided, the photographs, the agreement, and to consider whether what is going on out there currently constitutes a breach of that agreement. Number one. Number two, the council still has maintained jurisdiction over these properties under the appeal of the original re-recorded notice and order back in June or July of last year. In that notice and order, it was real clear that they had to not only do all the things that were set forth in the agreement. The agreement isn't the 4 corners of their responsibility.
Correct.
The notice and order, maintaining the property in compliance with that notice and order, is also a requirement, and the notice and order, in fact, states that they must maintain the property in compliance or face possible fees, fines, and any such enforcement as permitted by the code. So it's still quite broad as to the jurisdiction the council has over these properties, depending on what you decide as a council is going on over there, if it violates the terms and conditions of the agreement, and Lisa's kind of set forth all of those items already.
Okay, I appreciate that. If I will, I just want to digress just a little bit and actually speak to Mr. Carter momentarily in regards to the Clear Channel sign that's on the property. Mr. Carter, as a representative of Clear Channel, and you've had an opportunity now today to visit the site?
Correct.
Okay, and you understand that the sign on the property in question today is a sign that is not attractive whatsoever, to put it nicely. On one side of the sign, basically facing west, There's absolutely no signage on your billboard, and on the panel facing the east, there is some level of signage.
Correct.
For lack of a better term.
Vice versa.
Right.
The east space is
what
the one
do
in
you all
Despair, the west
anticipate
space
doing
is-
with this sign?
Based on our conversation that we had this morning, then after having to go, unfortunately, day late in the game, but drive it this morning, went back to the office, put in a mop. The sign's in use. We use it all the time. Unfortunately, what you see on the east face with it being in Despair is no advertisement on it. So we're going to scrape the it's glue, for lack of better terms. Scrape that off, paint it. We'll repaint the entire column, and be good to go.
Now, you also mentioned that you needed access to the site in order to do that.
There's been access issues over the past, but in looking at it this morning, it would appear that it's open and we can go in. We have a contractual agreement with the property owner, so if there's any problems, maybe this gentleman can provide me with a business card or something if you represent the owner.
Yeah, I haven't seen the agreement. I'm happy to do that.
Okay, because I would like to have this sign cleaned up within 30 days.
Absolutely.
Okay. And is there any, and I know you're not agendized for this, but I'm going to take you on your word in regards to cleaning the sign up and making it look attractive.
It'll be done.
At this location.
Here's a copy of the work order I've submitted. Scrape and paint, 30-sheet display area, both sides.
Would you mind submitting that for the record?
Sure, no problem.
Okay. Let it be noted that the clerk's office has that for the record, and I appreciate you coming down and working very swiftly in respect to cleaning up the sign at this property.
No problem.
Okay? Mr. Jory, this site in question today, the Moulin Rouge, is a very unique site in the sense of the historical nature of the site, and a lot of history has come across this property. It's unfortunate that today this site looks as though an atomic bomb has hit it, and it's very it's a major nuisance for the community and the residents that live and commute in this area. And it was my hope last year while working with you and the property owners that we would have some level of closer working relationship as it relates to the site being at least being cleaned up further than what it is. And my staff has continued to share with me on a monthly basis as to all of the activity, the negative activity that has taken place in and around this site. Understanding that I have seen personally security on your property. However, when staff approach the security that you all have in place, two gentlemen on two separate occasions have stated that their supervisor had advised them not to secure or pay any level of attention to the back properties, specifically the tree line area. They were only responsible for the Bonanza, the frontage of Bonanza area. And within the conditions that were set last year, I believe back in September, if I'm correct, your security was to monitor the entire parcels in question, tree line, Desert Breeze 1, Desert Breeze 2, as well as the Moulin Rouge property, and that has not been taken into consideration, which I consider a breach of the conditions that were set last year. Also, the screening of the property, the vegetation of the property, the appropriate boardings of the properties in question is a major concern, because the Moulin Rouge had an unfortunate fire May of 2009, and with that it brought another level of blight to a site that we had hopes would have been redeveloped due to the previous owners who had come before this council with very pretty pictures, and I'll just leave it at that. in regards to reviving and resuscitating the dilapidated property that, due to no fault of your own and your clients, you assumed the property due to your investments. And so with that, you are now currently the owner. And I haven't seen any forward movement in respect of eliminating this blight that has existed for quite some time. We do have a major concern still at the Tree Line property, which is a owner-occupied condo unit. The other 2 units that are occupied, it is my understanding that your client owns those 2 units. Would that be accurate?
I believe that's true.
Okay. And so the 2 individuals who are squatting, for lack of a better term, in those 2 units, I believe there is something that your client can do something about that situation, being that there is no lease, if you will, or permission given to those squatters that are currently there. The last thing that I want is for another fire to take place at this location, being that it is in close proximity to neighborhoods that are doing their best to revitalize itself, and having this blight right at their back door is unfair to them. It's unfair for me as the representative to allow it to continue. And I would like to direct staff to continue to work with the owner-occupied resident to see what we can do to bring some level of remedy to transition that individual, because he or she really, in my opinion, is living in a very dangerous situation, specifically as the boards continue to be torn down from the windows and the doors, and the vagrants and individuals that are up to no good getting inside of those units because there's no level of security protection in those units. So moving forward, what I would like to see take place immediately are the conditions that you have spoken into the record, Ms. Hibbler, but also I would like to bring back forward the penalty that was set in 2009, I believe September of 2009, the daily civil penalties in the amount of $1,437 for the civil penalties, because I don't believe that your client has taken this property seriously. And also what I would like to do is set a date of 60 days for the demolition of the property by the owner. And if not, then I would like for us to move in a direction to, as a city, see what we can do in respect of taking the site down and leaning the property.
May I just suggest in addition that we don't wait the 60 days, Councilman, to do our research, that if it's not demolished within 60 days, we're prepared to go in on the 61st day to knock it down.
Yes, I would like to amend that to have the city go in on the 61st day and remove it, and also seek legal counsel to, or I should say direct legal counsel to go after the monies incurred from the city that the city puts out, go after the owner and all of their corporation or LLCs in order to recoup the city's money as soon as possible.
Right.
That will be my motion at this time.
That's a motion. Let's vote.
Councilman Barlow, there are some things I'd like to put on the record before you vote.
You're certainly entitled to that.
What's that?
You're certainly entitled to do
yes.
that.
A couple of things. First of all, some of these things have been brought up today. With all due respect, it's the first time they've been brought up. The second thing I'd like to say is, particularly with regard to the city's position that we're in breach of this agreement, with regard to the units and whether or not they've been surveilled or whether they were required to be surveilled by our current security company, I'll have to go back and refresh my recollection on that, but I am quite confident that we did not instruct the security company to not monitor the tree-lined condo units. The other thing that I would point out is that we will reserve whatever rights we have in connection with the agreement that we signed with the city. We do not believe that we're in breach of that agreement, and we were hoping that we could work something out with regard to correcting some of the eyesore that exists with regard to the property. We thought that that's the track that we were on, and frankly, this position that the city is taking comes as a big surprise.
All right, thank you. Let's vote.
Well, before we go to the vote, Mayor, let me just put just a couple more, two more things on the record. It was my impression that we were also moving in the same direction, but due to the lack of activity that this city has witnessed that did not take place in relation to cleaning up this attractive nuisance, we have to make sure that we protect our residents and our city, because this is not the type of look that I want to represent in the district in which I serve. And so, as a closing note, just as an addition to my comments, my motion will be to move forward with the conditions set in place due to failure to adhere to the conditions outlined in the City of Las Vegas agreement with the company in question today on Agenda 79. That would be my motion.
Mayor Goodman, I'm sorry. May I ask a question for clarification? Is your motion, Councilman, to impose the civil penalty at this time? Or to come back in 60 days or so and consider it at that time based upon their behavior?
The motion will be to impose the $1,437 at this time.
Okay.
It's actually a motion. It's actually a civil penalty that was attached to the conditions from last year. Okay. They would have been lifted if, in fact, the conditions would have been met. But being that the conditions have not been met, it is a breach of the conditions. So I'm bringing that back before this council to demonstrate that the conditions that we agreed to had not been adhered to.
Understand.
Okay, Councilman, there's a bit of a tizzy over here.
Okay.
I know what you're trying to accomplish here, and I'm very supportive of it, but the clerk is trying to get the eye of the city attorney to see whether that's an appropriate motion under this agendized matter. Because I want whatever you're doing to hold up.
That's fine.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, while that's being discussed, just one item for the record.
Nope. Let's get this resolved, and then we'll hear from you.
I guess I'm not sure of the clerk's position. It is a review of the previous item that you heard, and I'm not sure why you can't take a vote on this particular item.
Fair enough. Okay, Ms. Wheeler?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, just for the record, the other items don't indicate that there's a vote to be taken. It just is public hearing. So this is I think the wording is appropriate. You can vote.
Very good. Thank you for your concern. Thank you for your opinion. Ms. Wheeler?
Yes, there are 4 properties here in question on item 79. Only one of them, 840 West Bonanza, is a historically designated property. Well within the 60 days, that is the motion of the councilman. The demolition would be reviewed by the Historic Preservation Commission at their May 26th meeting.
Very good. There's a motion. Let's vote.
May I please? I'm sorry, but Ms. Clerk, you said something about a possible action being stated. When I read this agenda item, it doesn't say possible action.
Most of the agenda items that are outlined in the open meeting law are either review and possible action, discussion and possible action, review and possible action, and that's the verbiage we've always used.
If you look at numbers 73 through 78, they all talk about hearing to consider. This is a hearing for review. I don't see there's any difference. I believe we can vote.
All right.
Okay.
That's fine.
Very good.
I just had to make sure.
No problem. Everybody's doing their job. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, items 80 through 82 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. Can I have a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda items 80 through 82?
Yes, Your Honor, I move to approve those items with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote. Post.
Councilman Barlow. Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Items 83 through 85 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered routine public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. 83 is SUP 37385. The applicant owner is the Arts Factory. Request for special use permit for proposed 1,385 square foot, thank goodness, urban lounge at 107 East Charleston Boulevard, suite number. You have a number for me, Mr. Isbett?
155.
All right, suite number 155, and this is in Ward 3. 84 is VAC 37325. The applicant is Catalyst Consulting Company. The owner is Aguilas Centro Familiar Cristiano. Petition to vacate public drainage easements generally located east of Michael Way and south of Madre Mesa Drive in Ward 5. 85 is VAC 37359. The applicant owner is Ernesto Savino. Petition to vacate public right-of-way known as Little Acorn Court and located north of Edgewood Avenue in Ward 1. Planning Commission staff recommend approval for all these items. All three items are public hearings, which I now declare open. I have to make a disclosure. On 85, I live in the neighborhood where Little Acorn Court is located, but I would not be affected differently than anybody else in the neighborhood as a result of this petition, so I'm going to vote. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on these items? All right, seeing none, hearing none, we'll close the public hearings. May I have a motion, Mayor Pro Tem, to approve items number 83 through 85?
Yes, Your Honor, I make a motion to approve items number 83 with all conditions, as well as 84 with all conditions, as well as 85 with all conditions. And on item 83, let's get it open as soon as possible.
Please. Let's vote, please. Post.
May I just make a comment on 89, Mr. Mayor?
On 89, we're not there yet.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, motion carries. We'll be there shortly. 86 is SUP 36564. Special use permit public hearing. The applicant is Marie Carmen Soria. The owner is Bonanza Sunrise LLC. Request for a special use permit for a beer, wine cooler on sale establishment within an existing restaurant with a waiver to allow a 195-foot distance separation from a school where 400 feet is required at 4800 East Bonanza Road in suite number 9. This is in Ward 3. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Elliot Crespo. I'm speaking on behalf of Mari Carmen Soria, owner of the Mexican restaurant Casa Tlaquepaque, located in Siegel Park at 4800 East Bonanza Road, Unit 9 in Las Vegas. Mari Carmen is requesting that the City Council approve her special use permit number 36564 to serve beer and wine coolers to her customers with their meals, which the Planning Commission recommended approving on December 17, 2009. The actual distance, as you can see from this scaled map, from the door of the restaurant to the door of the closest school, Mini School Early Learning Center, located at 4930 East Bonanza Road, is approximately 833 feet. Also, these photos show the completed reconfiguration of the restaurant, allowing seating for now 46 people. And Mari Carmen has passed all the required inspections for the special use permit, enabling Casa Tlaquepaque to serve beer and wine coolers with their meals will bring more customers to the restaurant and more potential customers to the other 16 stores at Siegel Park. I also have a letter from the owner of the city, or the center, I should say, stating that their approval of Casa Tlaquepaque being able to serve beer. Please approve Mari Carmen Soria's request for a special use permit to serve beer and wine coolers. Thank
Would
you.
you be kind enough to give that to the clerk so that can be made part of the record?
Your Honor, I need to ask a couple
Yes,
questions.
certainly. Mayor Pro Tem.
What has she done to enlarge this restaurant?
Actually, do you want to say? Sure.
My name is Don Ross. I was the general contractor that did the work. There was a wall that goes back to a shared restroom in the back of the building. And what it is two restaurants are side by side. And the occupancy is such that the two restrooms actually service both restaurants within the code. But that hallway was only 3 feet wide. So what we did is we moved the wall in the hallway over about 4 feet to allow for what we call fixed seating in that hallway. And it allowed us to, here's our drawing right here, increase the occupancy through fixed seating up to the 46.
Can we go to the overhead, please? Can you show me again now?
Should I put it in a different location?
Yes, bring it down.
No, that's good.
Okay. Now, as you come in the door, what wall did you move?
This is the front door,
Uh-huh.
which faces south. This wall would be the west side. This is the only wall that we moved, and there were a hand sink and a floor sink on that side, and which got moved over as well. We pulled City of Las Vegas permit. The work took approximately 4 days to do, and we have been signed off. Everything's been approved. So now there's seating all along that wall, and it's shown in these benches here. Fixed seating is what we have now.
How many seats did you add?
Excuse me?
How many seats did you add?
I think the original was 37, so about 9.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
And it actually looks real nice. The restaurant turned out real well.
I'll come back and check it out.
Please do.
All right, thank
We'd
you.
like to serve you a beer.
No, thanks.
Oh.
I said no thanks.
Okay, it's a public hearing, folks. If you'd like to be heard.
I got to get involved just a little bit. Sorry about that. Mr. Mayor, don't jump on me, please. But the question is here, it says, when you mention a school of 400 feet, I know the county said 1,500, whatever. So whatever's going on, I'm sure you're going to, look out for the school situation, right? And that's pretty much that I'm concerned about. Although you got staff again and what's called commission, whatever, divided between one is against it, the other is improved, whatever. So I'm just saying you got your work cut out, so do it properly. And good luck to everybody.
Thank you. One more comment, if you don't mind. The property is approximately 700 feet wide, and her restaurant is actually more than 400 feet from even the property line
I've
of the
been
shopping
there.
center.
I've looked at the property.
Okay. And it is I believe, a daycare, which is probably, I think it's 2 or 3 businesses off of this property. There's a dental office and a veterinarian between the shopping center and that daycare.
Anybody else like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem.
Can I give her a little boost here?
Sure can.
This is a very, very nice, little clean Hispanic restaurant. I understand. I haven't ate there, but I've had many people tell me that work in the area about eating there. It's a very, very nice little restaurant. I appreciate you doing what you've done to allow yourself to have the beer and wine for your meals. I think it's going to be a huge addition to your success and trying to make this little restaurant a success at this location. And I commend you for doing what you've done. I hope it didn't cost you too much. But I have, the young lady has come and met with me a couple of times in my office. I felt sorry for her, and I went down there and tried to explain to her what I would do if this was my little restaurant, and she's done what I kind of suggested. I didn't think she could do it, but she did. So my hat's off to you. My motion, Your Honor, is for approval of this item with all conditions, please.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Let her give her a little.
Thank you.
Give us a little boost for your restaurant, ma'am.
What's your specialty?
Specialty.
Beer and wine now.
What's it besides the
It's
booze?
authentic Mexican cuisine.
I know, but
It's
does
not typical Taco
does she
Bell.
have a specialty? This is like $1 million worth of free publicity.
Enchiladas?
What?
Enchiladas?
Enchiladas.
Yeah.
I saw some beautiful seafood dishes being made at this place too. So we're going to do a few more pictures and help her get her menu up to date as well.
Very good. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you need these papers?
No,
The
no,
records? No.
We're fine, thanks. 87 and 88. 87 is MOD 37375. Request for a major modification of the Town Center Land Use Plan to amend the special land use designation from SXTC Suburban Mixed Use Town Center to GCTC General Commercial Town Center. 88 is SUP 37373. Request for special use permit for a 3,534 square foot liquor establishment, a tavern with a waiver to allow a 147-foot distance separation from a city park where 400 feet is the minimum distance required. The applicant is Miss Dolly's Tavern, and the owner is MCW-RCNV-Centennial Crossroads Phase 1 LLC. The project is located on 8.6 acres, generally located at the northwest corner of John Herbert Boulevard and Centennial Parkway. Item 88 is at 6430 Sky Point Drive, suite number 130. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial of both items. These items are in Ward 6 and are public hearings, which I now declare open. Are you representing the applicant?
Yes, good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Jennifer Roberts of Lionel Sawyer and Collins, 300 South 4th Street.
Your Honor, excuse me. I'm sorry for interrupting you. I just need to make a disclosure. I have provided and continue to provide legal services for this applicant, so I think it's best for me to abstain on both items 87 and 88.
All right, fair enough. Yes, ma'am, please proceed.
I'm joined here with by Randy Miller. He is part owner of this proposed venture. And this is an application for a modification to the Town Center Development Standards to change the land use classification from SXTC, which is suburban mixed use, to GCTC, which is general commercial, in order to accommodate a tavern use. The parcel at issue consists of a portion of the Target Bonds Shopping Center, and I'll get a map for you. The location of Miss Dolly's is within this parcel. It occupies 2 suites within this whole commercial center. This is the Bonds, and then there's other commercial uses, and this would be the proposed use. They occupy 2 suites. It's not a standalone building. And as you can see, the Target is clear across the large parking lot, so the tavern would be separated from the traffic going to the Target. And this request does not affect the Target parcel. It's an entirely separate parcel. The change from SXTC to GCTC would not affect any of the existing uses within the center, since all current uses within this parcel are allowed in a GCTC commercial district. I know that the Planning Commission expressed concern that the proposed change deviated from the original plan, which is mixed use. However, the commercial center itself is entirely commercial uses. There is no mixed use specific to this parcel, no residential at the site or even contemplated by it. And as neighborhoods develop and grow, there are times when changes are needed to accommodate the current state of development. And as you know, a lot of neighborhoods were planned as small urban centers with mixed condominium and commercial development, but outside forces such as the economy and the smoking ban can significantly impact these plans. Therefore, adjustments just need to be made sometimes, and we believe that this case warrants such a change. In addition to Ms. Dolly's being buried within the commercial center here, this location is further additionally buffered from all nearby locations by public rights of way. To the north of the parcel is a YMCA, but it is across the street from Buffalo Drive, which is a 6-lane road, and there is a median along Buffalo Drive that prevents cross-access to the Target Bonds Shopping Center. So when you exit the YMCA, you can only turn right. You can't go directly into the Target Bonds Shopping Center. And the YMCA is actually over 1,000 feet away from the proposed tavern use. So there is significant separation there. Again, the east side is the Target Shopping Center, separated by numerous parking spaces. The west side consists of both vacant and residential uses, but that is separated by John Herbert Boulevard. And finally, the south is Sky Point Drive, and then you have the 215 freeway right east of that, or right next to that. And so really what you have here is kind of a commercial island. It's all commercial uses. The Planning Commission did express concern about the intense uses that can be located within a GCTC district, such as car dealerships. But just as this center doesn't contemplate such use because of the existing structures and the size of the parcel, it similarly doesn't contemplate the development of a school or church, which is allowed use in the SXTC district, which it currently exists as. The real property owner of this parcel has been very selective in the types of uses that exist here, and there was a significant amount of vetting with this tenant, and I have a letter, in fact, from the property owner. I have multiple copies. I'd like to enter it as an exhibit and offer you to review it. A letter from the property owners saying that they had placed strict limitation on the use, and it was really specific to this specific tenant that they wanted to allow this use in the shopping center. Moreover, this is not any different from a similar development across the freeway, and I'll show you on this map. Maybe I'll just get rid of this. Across the freeway, you'll see here there's a mixture of SXTC and GCT uses. So it's really not a different distinction between the properties across the freeway. And in fact, there's a parcel further down, further to the west, that is actually a tavern use within a GCTC parcel. So there is a combination of parcels, just as we're asking here, that are right across the freeway. Excuse me. And next to the tavern use that's across the freeway, you do have residential separated from a public right-of-way. So again, it's very similar to what we're looking at doing here, residential separated from a public right-of-way. This application does require a special use permit with a waiver to a park. The park is located further north on Buffalo Drive. I know this isn't the greatest quality. Here's our parcel, Buffalo Drive. There's the tip of the park. As you can see on the map, the very tip of the park is within the 400-foot buffer zone of the entire parcel. However, the proposed use is actually about 1,400 feet away from the park, and it is separated by Buffalo Drive and by Vaughn's, which has a packaged liquor license. And there's also other commercial uses separating it. Finally, although we understand that there has been some opposition submitted on this matter, which is pretty standard with liquor uses, as we will show you, this is not a typical bar. It's not a beer joint, and it's not what typically is imagined when the word tavern is used. We note that there was only one person appearing at the Planning Commission, and we had 4 neighbors attending our neighborhood meeting and who did not make an appearance at the Planning Commission. And we understand that the person appearing at the Planning Commission was actually in an area that was over 15 miles away from the site. So what we have here is a business that has been developed by experienced gaming and tavern operators and former police officers. And they have developed this new concept to adjust to the needs of locals who want to play video poker and enjoy coffee and pastries and be able to smoke a cigarette without having to go to a casino. And so this requires a special use permit for a tavern because it allows the maximum number of video gaming devices. But again, this is not a typical tavern. As you will see here, this is a concept outlay of the proposed business, which we're calling a video poker cafe. And there is no bar, as you can see. There's no bar stools. There's no pool tables. There's no live entertainment here. Although there will, we are seeking alcohol. It's primarily targeted. There's going to be no marketing and advertising for the liquor use or for the tavern. And the name tavern will not be on any outdoor signage. So really, this is a local business to meet the needs of the neighbors who just want a smaller, quieter atmosphere to play video poker. And the owners have been in the tavern and casino business for over 25 years. Again, as former police officers and current tavern and casino owners, they understand the rules and regulations about serving individuals who are visibly intoxicated. There are requirements that have to be followed by state and local business licenses, as well as their gaming licenses concerning serving persons who are intoxicated. Moreover, there is a large separation from any family activities such as the YMCA, the Target, and the Target is located far away from this proposed tavern use. So we want to thank you for your consideration of this request and ask that you approve the modification and special use permit applications. Mr. Miller would like to briefly comment about the proposed video poker cafe, and then we're prepared to answer any questions.
If I can, please. Just really quick, Roberta. This developer that's developing this site, or going to try to develop this site, does he have any other locations where he has his Miss Dolly's in the city of Las Vegas or Clark County?
This is the first one in town, sir.
Thank you.
This is the first one in town. And this is a fully developed center. My name is Randy Miller. I thank you for giving me your attention and consideration today. Like Jennifer said, we've considered long and hard over this concept. This concept was developed over the years that we've been in the business here in Las Vegas. I grew up in Las Vegas at 25th and Stewart, and went to school down there in your district and Sunrise Acres and everything, and spent my career mainly in regulation and enforcing ordinances and gaming laws. I was a police officer all through the 70s here, and got my gaming experience and liquor experience as an undercover officer working as an undercover dealer in casinos, went on to game control. But since game control, I got in the business. I got some job offers, and my partner and I started building small places back in 1983. We're not carpetbaggers. We don't build them and sell them and let somebody else do something. We still own the same tavern we built in 1983.
Which one's that?
Chubby's Pub down on Flamingo and Boulder Highway. We own the Longhorn Casino, Bighorn, and then all the Foothills bars. Over the years, we have found that laws have changed in our state. And in 1992, the state decided, the legislature in its wisdom, that the biggest city in Nevada should have the smallest choices of gaming for its citizens. And it decided that you could only have either a 15-machine bar or a resort and nothing in between. So we developed our bars over the years, and the city did allow us to have different types of operations until 1992. What has happened in the past few years is a lot of our female customers have come to us and said, look, you guys have built taverns, and taverns cater to drinking and pool tables and check cashing and sports and all this stuff. What about us? You have never built a local place that we could go and feel safe and secure and don't have to plop down on a bar stool. We don't have to be next to a crew of construction guys cashing their paychecks and pool tables. We want to enjoy, and even from, I hear the echoes of my own mother that loved playing a video keno machine, but didn't like walking through a quarter mile of a parking structure or going into a bar to enjoy her discretionary income spending. And so they said, why don't you build us a place? Build it in a shopping center where it's lighted and populated and we feel safe there, but do it so we don't need to be with the bar itself. So we came up with this concept, and we think this concept is perfect for a shopping center. There's lots of vacancies. I've had lots of colleagues that have went out of business in the past 2 or 3 years. My liquor distributor tells me there's been 200 taverns closed in the state, and it's getting bleak, and I see vacancies all over. I'm excited to do this concept and go find vacancies in these shopping centers in the city and put our concept in here, because I think there's a real need. I think it's going to be safe. I think the amount of alcohol consumed in this is going to be way less than is consumed in the park. I think it's going to be coffee more, it's going to be pastries, it's going to be accessory items, and then having somebody that can just sit down and play with their discretionary income. And we're excited about this site. Vons and Target, we had to do the same presentation to them, and they said, we have no interest ever in putting a bar in this center. This is an upscale center and an upscale neighborhood. And so within our lease, if we ever decided, I can't imagine we'd sell, but if someday we did, or after 60 years I want to retire, that
they say that whoever you sell to will have to come back to us and prove to us that they are not going to put a bar in, and they have to have the quality of you individuals and operate it that way. So we're asking today for this consideration. We think it's a very compatible operation. We think we can fill some vacancies in the city and help the city coffers and come up with a new concept that might be successful. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions before we have public comment? All right. This is a public hearing. Anyone would like to be heard?
Excuse me.
Nathan Taylor, 7829 Odysseus. I live just north of this property. Someone will be talking later about the notification process in this area and why I just found out about this last night. And as I walked my neighborhood, I didn't have much time. By the time I found out this was on the agenda, I walked my neighborhood and I got a petition, and I've got over 35. I'd like to submit this for the record.
Please give them to the clerk.
Over 35 homeowners that live in that neighborhood just north of here that are against this project. And it's a unique area, and they talked about some of the things that are located in this area, one of which is the YMCA. Well, there's a lot of kids that hang out at the YMCA, the library, which is right across the street. It's sometimes difficult to understand. I know I always have problems sometimes looking at maps, realizing the distances, but I can tell you that yesterday I left my house and walked to Vaughn's, and it took me about 8 minutes to get there. It's very close. All the parents that live in that neighborhood, they walk their kids, they ride their bikes. As you know, that area is absolutely beautiful. It's full of trails, places to walk. It's a family area. As I spoke to the neighbors last night, and I wish I could have got to more. I probably could have, if I would have had more time, I probably could have got to another 50 houses, but we just ran out of time, and then it got very windy and dark. Basically, these neighbors are telling me that this is a family area. We want businesses to open. We just don't want these types of businesses here. A lot of the folks that bought their homes there bought it because of the land use plan in that area. I believe that's probably why staff and the Planning Commission voted against it, was because this is master plan not to have these types of businesses. I also want to say that there are a lot of commercial vacancies in that area, a lot. There's another center right down the road that's got a lot of vacancies off of Farm Road. There's a lot of commercial real estate in this area that is vacant. There's a lot of different places where you could try to put something like this. But I do want to say that the neighbors, some of them told me that they wish they could have known more about this, but because of the notification area, they didn't get noticed. They wanted to be here. So I told them I would come down here and speak for them. Obviously they don't approve of this project, but I also think fair is fair. Maybe we can hold the item. Maybe we can have a neighborhood meeting where the folks that didn't get notified can come and talk to the applicant about this project, so that it's fair. But the folks I talked to yesterday, they don't want it. That's what the petition's for. I also believe that it's important that the councilman that's in this area is here at the meeting, because this is a contentious item, and I think it's fair to have the councilman in that area present at the meeting when something like this comes up. So that's all I have as far as comments.
All right, thank you very much.
Yes, John, if I could.
Yes.
It's been brought to my attention that there was, now, correct me if I'm wrong, in the notification area, did we extend the notification area, or is it just what we normally do?
The normal notification, Mayor Pro Tem, it's the normal notification, and again, there were 23 neighborhood associations notified in addition to all property owners within 1,000 feet.
And just for the record, the applicant did have a neighborhood meeting, and there was 4 people that showed up at the meeting, and none of them was in opposition to this use.
All right. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is Teddy Russell, a resident of downtown Las Vegas. This is not my neighborhood. I would submit that it's kind of dreary and kind of sad that the neighbors are so concerned, yet only 4 showed up for the meeting. The name Tavern might be misleading. You see, there is no bar. It's very discreet. It's very civilized. It answers the need of locals who don't want to get into all the blah, 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 the strip, the congestion downtown. Downtown, if you went to an area with slots, they're so crowded, and there is all the noise and the aggravation for many, especially the ladies of the sports bars. I heartily do recommend approval of a new concept, sort of a glorified Dotties or PTs, and maybe it'd be a cookie cutter success story that will offer many more quality jobs throughout the rest of the city of Las Vegas. The owners have a strong background in food, beverage, and gaming. I do recommend approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilwoman.
I would just like to state that In a recent talk with Jim DiFiore, I was told that licensing is looking at making an intermediate step between the tavern and the other. In other words, they do feel some tweaks should be made, because many times the term tavern is used and it's really not a tavern. So I do think that our city is addressing that through the licensing department. And I too was wondering why so few people showed up at the meetings.
And could I explain? The ones that did show up did have a lot of questions, and the same concern that the neighbors now that don't have any idea what this concept was. And we had a full hearing at the YMCA, and they actually, I asked them to come down and support it because they came to protest, and I believe that we convinced them that it would be an asset to the neighborhood, and they chose not to come to the Planning Commission and protest. But thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Jennifer Taylor, 8158 Hawk Clan Court. I am here on behalf of myself and on behalf of Northwest Residents for Responsible Growth. The issue, to a large extent, is not this business concept, it's the request for a major modification. The applicant's representative said sometimes you need adjustments. This isn't an adjustment. The title of what they're seeking sums it up. It is a major modification. And I would submit to you that a lot of times when you don't get neighborhood involvement, it's because they don't understand what it means and what the ramifications are for a major modification. This should be really simple. Planning Commission got it absolutely right. When you do a major modification from the least intense use, which is suburban mixed use, to the most intense use, which is what they're seeking, GCTC, you open up a zoning, an availability of uses that are just not appropriate, that are not what was intended in that area when the town center plan was developed. The commissioners properly identified a whole host of landmines with approving this. The first was that it's a family area. Commissioner Ellsworth, he got it right. When Councilman Ross talks about what he's done for the community and what he's proud of in the community, and I wish that he was here, this is his crowning jewel for this area of his ward. It's the Y, it's the library, it's the parks, it's where he holds picnics, it's where he meets with neighbors. And I would submit to you that it was intended always to be a family corridor, and that's why the suburban mixed use was put in and not something broader. Commissioner Evans talked about the continued dilution of the town center plan. He said that if you grant this major modification, you're going to continue to chip away in the town center concept to the point that it has no integrity. No integrity. This is an area that is smack in the middle of the rest of it is all suburban mixed use. The general commercial is across a major freeway, 215. That's not the same as being across the street from a 6-lane road across the street. It is seeking to completely modify and change and alter the character of this family area. Commissioner Truesdale said, and he's correct, that a lot went into creating a plan for the town center zoning, and at the hospital area, that's where those type of cluster uses were to be. Once you change this from suburban mixed use to general commercial, there is no limit to what can come in and seek an application. You can have Miss Dolly's, then you can have Mr. Bobby's, then you can have Miss Sally's, and they're all going to be coming in saying, hey, it's GCTC. It's hard zoned GCTC now, and we can do what we can ask for this, and all we need is the waiver from the parks. The applicant, the arguments they presented are all truly red herrings. The arguments about intense zoning across the 215, that's where that intense zoning was intended to be, across a freeway. If they want to go find a location across the freeway, I will happily go with them to that proper location and seek support from neighbors for them, because it's not necessarily the worst concept, but it is an inappropriate request to ask have a major modification from least intense to most intense. Again, Commissioner Truesdale said that when you open up that there was never an intent to open up the commercial zoning and the general zoning on that side of the freeway. The business model, they've talked about that. That's a red herring because that's only part of the analysis, and it doesn't address the potential slippery slope of further applications. It would absolutely change the character from this family area to something that potentially could be so much worse. They talked about the serious negotiations with Target and Vons and vetting. That is absolutely irrelevant, because at any time they could have new ownership, new property management, new plans, new intentions, And then you have allowed a zoning in this area, never intended to be there, completely isolated from the rest of the suburban mixed use, and anybody can come in and apply for uses too intense for this center if anything changes with ownership and their mentality. I'm sure that a lot of the neighbors just didn't understand what the issue was with major modifications. The tavern designation allows them to have 24-hour liquor. Now, I know at Planning Commission, the applicant said it may be our business model requires us to shut down hours, but you can't make them do that. They don't have to do that. They can run it 24 hours if they want to. On the notification, there was apparently 109 notices sent out to neighbors. I think there were like 9 cards that were sent back. Sending it out to HOAs, I'm not sure what the return is on that, because if you send it out to a neighborhood association, maybe they get a notification out to their homeowners, maybe they don't. But the point is, the people who are really the real parties in interest are the families and the kids that go to the Y, that go to the parks, that go to the library, and they deserve to have a chance to weigh in on this and whether they would want not just this use, but a completely different zoning in the parcel that's immediately across the street from where they get babysat, where they take swim lessons, etc. I would like to think that if Councilman Ross were here, he would be looking for your support to deny this application. Again, this is his bragging rights. This is what he talks about as his pride and joy of this area. And to seek a major modification and to change it from the town center concept goes against what I believe is appropriate for that neighborhood. And I would humbly request that you respect the decision of the planning commissioners, you support them, and you vote to deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I can.
Yes, please.
Just for the record, Councilman Ross has worked with this applicant for approximately a year. He's went and looked at 2 different locations that wasn't appropriate, he didn't think, but he does, I have talked to him about this, he does support this location. And this is, for a major mod, change to an existing shopping center from suburban mixed use to general commercial. And just for the record, this mixed use center is all currently built out, and there is no mixed use at this center. It's all commercial. But Councilman Ross does support this location.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Yeah. I'm going to be fast because I know you're in a hurry. But Mr. Ross is not here, and as you said, maybe he has the council permission to do whatever. But I've been coming for a long time over the years, but seldom you see denial by both. You generally have it split, for and against. One is prove and the other is whatever. But to have 87 and 88 both saying denial, and Ward 6 and Ross is not here, if y'all could maybe push it over to the next meeting or whatever, I don't know. But the point is, he does speak for himself, and I don't mean any harm, but that denial is a pretty heavy decision. I'm sorry.
Anybody else like to be heard at this time? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
could I ask a couple of questions?
Sure.
When we're granting an SUP, are we granting it on that whole property or just that small part where this is going to be located?
If I may, Mayor, it's just on the unit.
It's just on that one unit?
Yes, that's the location for a tavern.
Okay, which is part of the larger unit.
It is unit Suite 130 is where
Okay, Suite
the
130.
tavern would be allowed.
So what I'm not understanding is that if they allow it on one unit, does that then say a business 4 doors down goes out of business, somebody else wants to put something like this in it, they don't have a right to that automatically. They'd have to come again to the council.
Mayor and Councilwoman, that's correct. The major modification is changing essentially the general plan designation and allowing a wider variety of uses to be able to be applied for in this area.
This area or their suite?
No, the modification is on the entire property.
On the entire property?
Yes.
Okay.
The 8.6 acres.
I see that now. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Councilman Anthony?
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Wheeler, just walk me through the process of there was a master plan put together. Kind of walk me through how that happened, and then major modification sounds like a big deal. Major is an important word, and just give me an idea what that means, a major modification
Yes,
in the
sir.
whole land use area.
Mayor and council, in this area, the town center has specific land use designations that were selected for this important area in the northwest portion of the city. In this area, the SX, which allows mixed use, again, it's an allowance for mixed use. There is not mixed use on every property. The mixed use is north of the freeway in this location, and to the south is the GC, the general commercial, comparable to the C2 that you see elsewhere in the city. That is what is allowed south of the freeway. So that this major modification, which is the town center equivalent of a general plan amendment, is to change the land use and the zoning designations, the uses that are allowed, to allow more intense uses north of the freeway than would otherwise be allowed by the current designation. The SUP is for a specific unit within this 8-acre property, and that is the request for the tavern that is before you today.
So there was a lot of thought and process put into the planning of this area and what designation it should be when it was done, correct?
Yes,
it
sir.
wasn't just done overnight.
That's correct.
Okay. And making a major modification is a pretty big deal, huh? In this kind of a concept master plan deal?
As is the case on general plan amendments, sir, yes, entirely the same way. And that is why, in this case, a neighborhood meeting was required, as is the case for general plan amendments. One thing I need to correct, I misspoke. The notification is 1,500 feet, not 1,000.
Okay. And I'm assuming that people that moved into town center, they were moving in under a particular master plan type of community, correct? And they knew what they were moving into.
That is always the case. The general plan, or in this case, the land use designation is the long-term designation for property.
Okay, and just one last thing, Mayor. I just want to disclose, I know these applicants are former police officers. I'm a retired police captain. That in no way is going to affect my judgment, so I'll be voting on this.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, Councilman Payne, I certainly appreciate your questions, but we are always making decisions based upon the needs. And as we go around the city of Las Vegas today, especially in some of the newer areas, we do have a lot of our shopping centers that are sitting vacant. This shopping center here, when I went out, this is the only vacancy, I believe, at this center here, so it doesn't really, what I'm saying is, doesn't really pertain to this center. I have a brand new shopping center in my ward that I think I don't know how many square feet it is, but there's probably 15 to 20 suites, and there's 2 people now housing that project. And we have the same concerns at any new shopping center that we do have in existing shopping centers. And like I say, there is no mixed use at this location. I can understand why staff recommends denial. They always do when there's a waiver, whether it's for 15 feet or 1,500 feet. There's always a motion, or their recommendation is always for denial. There has been 2 letters received today from neighbors, apparently in favor of this application. Again, there was a neighborhood meeting. There's 4 people attended. The property is currently zoned town center mixed use. There are no residential uses on this site. There are no more vacant parcels in this development. The city's general commercial designation allows all types of retail service, office, and other general business uses, which is exactly what is existing today. The major mod would not change the development, but would better match with what there is there today, with uses such as Target, Taco Bell, Vons, and other strip mall uses. The center also does not directly impact any residential community. The back of the development is buffered by a John Hubert, and there is no direct access from John Hubert to the residential areas. There are also 2 undeveloped parcels behind the development across John Herbert that would serve as buffers to the adjacent residential community. Directly to the east is a mixed-use development with plans for over 700 condominiums, supper clubs, and other commercial uses. The site is also located adjacent to the system-to-system interchange of 215 and US 95 along a major frontage road. We have heard some concerns about, there has been brought out about possibility of drunk driving. Unfortunately, we have this concern throughout the city of Las Vegas 24/7. And we can't legislative behavior, and there's concern, like I say, wherever you live in Las Vegas. There has been some concern about signage. The site is located in town center, which has restrictions on outdoor displays, banners, and other signage which will help maintain the integrity of the commercial development. One of the last concerns was that this would open up the door for more liquor uses that has been asked in the community. This council always, and I want to put that on record, has the ability to review special use permits for privileged licenses. One consideration for new licenses is an oversaturation of uses in the area. This is not an oversaturation at this location. Again, I think the applicant should be thanked for having his neighborhood meeting. I just wish that we would have had more than 4 people there. I've always tried to bring, the needs of the community out. Unfortunately, we can't here because we only had 4 people there. I've always felt like that, even with Councilman Ross with his newsletter, he mentioned this in his newsletter 2 or 3 times. It goes out to many, many people. And so I really have a hard time understanding why people just found out last night that this was on the agenda for today. And with that said, Your Honor, since the major mod would reflect more of what is existing today and would not allow business owners to apply for other uses, I move to approve items 87 with all conditions.
All right, that's a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I just want to say this will be a difficult vote for me because ordinarily this wouldn't be something that I would make a change on if it had been done before. But I was only contacted about 3 hours ago at lunch about the large concern of the neighbors. And I must say that I know how sharp those people are out in the Northwest, and I don't understand why more, even if it's difficult to understand, why more weren't concerned if there was because somebody could have gotten out to them what this all meant. But nonetheless, it's not that I'm in agreement with all of this if it were in my ward, but I will say that I've said this before. This is not my ward, and it's a ward that we trust in the person representing it, and so I will go along with the Councilman Ross's recommendation and yours, Councilman Reese.
Thank you.
It's difficult, but I trust in the people who represent these wards.
Thank you.
All right. Any other comments before we vote? All right, there's a motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
And on item 88, Your Honor, I move to approve special use permit 37-3 with a 1-year review.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote, please.
A 1-year review, sir, is that at a public hearing of the city council?
Yes.
And 1 year after the issuance of the business license?
Pardon?
1 year after the issuance of the business
Yes.
license. Thank you, sir.
All right,
Thank
let's
you.
vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 89 is VAR 37287. It's a public hearing. The applicant and owner is Lorraine Brady. Request for variance to allow an 8-foot wall fence with 6 feet of open fencing, wrought iron, and 2 feet of solid fencing block within the front yard, where 5 feet is the maximum allowed on a half an acre at 4112 Del Monte Avenue. This is in Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. Subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open. Yes, sir.
I'm Larry Sanchez, 7844 Soaringbrook. I'm representing the client, Wayne Dunce. For the record, this is a variance, if you will, to raise the front property wall height from an existing 3 to 4 feet up to about an 8 foot. We're trying to beautify the property, if you will, Currently, the wall is in poor and unstable condition, so my client would like to raise it for not only security, but for property value issues, as well as to beautify the neighborhood as well.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I'm Wayne Dunitz. I'm Lorraine Brady's son. And basically, I just want to increase the wrought iron. So it's not even the wall itself. It's just I'm going to make the wrought iron more beautiful, and I'm going to increase the height. Right now, I've had people draw up designs, and there's actually an 8-foot column, a couple of columns there, and we're just going to go ahead and put 8-foot columns and fencing, and we're going to make the gate look really nice. When we took over the property, it was in total disarray, and we've fixed up everything, and we've made it a really beautiful looking property, I think, and I'd request your approval on the motion.
Thank you. Any questions of the gentleman? All right, folks, a public hearing if you'd like to be heard. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Your reasoning for this is for beautification and for security. Is that right? And you already have the 8-foot columns up there, don't you? Were they up originally?
Yes.
And but the wrought iron was below that.
Right.
We have half and half protests and approvals on this coming from the neighbors. I have gone out to see that. I reviewed the pictures that were sent, and because it's open 2 feet up, it's not a closed wall, I would move to approve.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote on it, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, 90 and 91. 90 is VAR 37379. Request for variance to allow 2 existing accessory structures, Class 2, totaling 5,516 square feet, and a proposed 1,360 square foot accessory structure, Class D, where 1,598 square feet is the maximum allowed. And 91 is SUP 37415. Request for special use permit for a proposed 1,360 square foot accessory structure, Class 1. The applicant is Kevin Kelly, and the owner is Desert Forest LLC. The project's located on 2.52 acres at 6832 Tom Boulevard. Item 91 is at 6832 Tom Boulevard. And the Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of both items. These items are in Ward 6. They're public hearings, which I now declare open. Anybody here on behalf of the applicant today? Well, Mayor Pro Tem, what's your pleasure on this?
They have not met with Councilman Ross on this item. Do we know why they're not here?
Mayor Pro Tem, I do not.
I would feel like we need to at least notify them before we make a motion for approval or denial. I think the staff should at least, I think the council members should at least be able to see the project. So I would make a motion that we hold this in abeyance until our May 5th meeting.
All right, thank you. That's a motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. 90 and 91 are obeyed to May the 5th. 93 is SUP 37301, special use permit. The applicant is Stephen Murphy. The owner is Foster Day Corp. Request for a special use permit to relocate an existing 36 square foot auto smog check on the same lot at 2401 North Decatur Boulevard in Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. Subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Stephen Murphy, President, Discount Smog. I reside at 345 Lander Drive, Henderson, Nevada, 89074. I would humbly request your approval on our special use application. Planning did recommend approval. We reviewed all of their conditions and are in agreement. We, again, humbly and respectfully request your approval.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions to the gentleman?
Mayor Goodman, please.
Yes.
Mr. Scott.
Yes, sir.
I performed some legal services for Stephen 20 years ago, a long time ago. And I'm sure he's been doing great ever since. Is that an issue for me to have to abstain?
As long as his bill's been paid and you haven't had any relationship with him since then?
Stephen, when's the last time we talked, other than the last time you were before the council meeting? 10, 15 years?
It has been a long time, Steve.
Okay, I feel comfortable. I'm going to go ahead and vote. Thank
Well,
you.
this is the question whether the fee was refunded.
Would you please?
Anybody like to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing then. This is Councilman Barlow.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Steve, your current location, is that the southwest corner?
Correct.
Okay, and you're moving it where?
We're relocating we're placing a building further east, which would be closer to Decatur Boulevard, so that we have better retail exposure for improved customer visibility.
Is it closer or beyond the Carl's Jr.?
I'm not familiar with the Carl's Jr. on that corner.
Isn't it? This is Smoke Ranch. Oh, I'm thinking Lake Mead. My apologies. This is Smoke Ranch. Okay, I see what you're saying. I'm sorry, I had the wrong location. Okay, so with that, I would like to move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of this item, subject to all conditions.
All right, that's a motion.
Sorry about that, Steve.
Let's vote, please. Post? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner members. Have a good day.
Item 9495. 94 is SUP 37327. Request for a major amendment to a previously approved special use permit for a proposed 5,604 square foot expansion of existing 9,019 square foot pawn shop use. 95 is SDR 37326. Request for a site development plan review for a 5,604 square foot addition to an existing 9,019 square foot commercial building with waivers of the Downtown Centennial Plan streetscape standards. The applicant owner is Harrison Properties LLTD. The project is located at 713 South Las Vegas Boulevard. The Planning Commission staff recommend approval of both items. These items are in Ward 3. They're public hearings, which are now declared open. Yes, sir.
Kevin Thistle, 7383 Atacama, Las Vegas, Nevada. Here representing the owner.
Is this being televised?
No.
Do I have to put on my best face? Okay.
Obviously, Mr. Rick Harrison is here, the owner. We concur with staff's recommendation and would like to discuss, if possible, 4 of the conditions of approval, 3 of which have to do with basically scheduling of the project. They are conditions number 3, 4, 15, and 17. Item number 3 says that we are to provide mapping to eliminate property lines that are currently running through the building, and that we are to have that mapping recorded prior to the issuance of the building permit. We are currently working on that mapping right now. We've already met with the city surveyor, and we would only ask that that be required prior to the issuance of the certificate of occupancy and not hold us up on pulling building permits if that's possible. Item number 17 is similar to that. The city has asked that we dedicate an additional 5 feet of right-of-way along our front property line parking lot area adjacent to Las Vegas Boulevard. Again, our mapping people are working on that. And again, we would just like that to be done prior to the issuance of the certificate of occupancy and not prior to the building permit. The third item that has to do with scheduling is item number 15. Item number 15 says a fully operational fire protection system, including fire hydrant, including fire apparatus, roads, fire hydrants, water supply, shall be installed and shall be functioning prior to construction of any combustible structures. We are, as part of this project, installing an entire sprinkler system in the existing building along with the new building. We are also installing a new fire hydrant. Obviously, it would be basically impossible for us to install a complete fire sprinkler system prior to the construction of the new addition. We're planning on doing it at the same time. So again, we'd like that to say, yeah, we will comply with it, but not prior to the issuance of the building permit. The last item condition is condition number 4, which states an off-site parking agreement shall be submitted to the Planning and Development Department and approved by the City Attorney's Office prior to the issuance of a building permit. What this is talking about is the property is currently, as it was from day one, divided into 25-foot wide parcels. We have, as far as the assessor is concerned, we have a separate parcel where the 2 buildings are located here, separate parcel from the parking lot. The city is asking us to sign or create a cross-parking agreement for that. It's our contention that both properties are owned by the same person. The parking lot has been used by this individual for the last 20 years or more. He has no intention of getting rid of the parking. As a matter of fact, he has plans to expand the parking larger. Just didn't feel that it was necessary to go to that expense to generate a cross-parking agreement for that, something he's been had for 20 years. That's all we have for today.
All right, thank you. Any questions?
Yes. Let's discuss the waiver of the downtown Centennial streetscape landscape.
Yes. When we initially met with staff, they said that they were not going to require us to do any of the downtown Centennial.
Staff said that?
Yes.
Staff said that?
Yes, sir.
Where are you going to be working tomorrow?
No, sir.
Pardon?
Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, no. And they may have had some preliminary
Did you get a name of who
discussions
told
with
you
some-
that?
I have a written document from our minutes of our pre-design meeting that tells what the requirements are.
Okay, then let's discuss what you're going to do for the Centennial streetscape.
Yeah, beyond that, what we've done is we've had conversations with staff, and what we have agreed to is we're going to tear out 5 feet of parking lot that we have and install planters. We're going to install the wrought iron fencing, and we're going to put in palm trees, which is basically in compliance with the downtown Centennial plan. What the difference is
I hate
one.
palm trees, though.
Really?
Yeah, they're ugly.
They asked us to put in 25-foot high palm trees. If you have a tree preference, I'm sure we would consider that.
No, it's just funny. Go ahead.
Anyway, the difference is that the Centennial Parkway would require us to have the planter out adjacent to the back of curb. Actually, the sidewalk is supposed to be adjacent to the back of curb. No, I'm going to take that back. The planter is supposed to be, planting tree wells are supposed to be adjacent to the back of curb. What we're doing is we're leaving the sidewalk where our driveways are, and behind the sidewalk, we're putting the 5-foot landscape strip and the wrought iron fencing.
Well, I love landscaping. I love the trees and stuff, so I appreciate you putting that in. Public hearing.
Public hearing, folks. Anyone want to be heard?
Thank you. Todd Farland, 240 North 19th Street. Since these are separate parcels, I think that the parking agreement is a necessity. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Counsel, my name, is Teddy Russell, resident of Las Vegas. You cannot beat watching them on TV. The family is wonderful. My favorite episode was recently where a very attractive young lady took 8 hours to learn how to discern a fake Rolex from a real one. I cannot thank you enough for all the great publicity you give our fair city, and you are really Las Vegas dudes. I heartily recommend approval. Thank you.
Anybody else like to be heard? All right, seeing now, we'll close the public hearing then.
This is on TV?
Yeah.
It's not on channel 730 or 731.
No, it is.
Oh, okay.
But, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I just wanted to say it must be seen by a lot of people, though, because I've had so many people tell me about it lately. In the long lines during the times it's television.
It's pretty
televised.
remarkable. Yes, it is.
That's amazing. I didn't even know about it. Margaret, do you want to discuss those requests on there, the items,
Yes,
conditions?
sir. On the request to change item number 3 to from the requirement at the time of building permit as opposed to certificate of occupancy, staff can agree to that change. The applicant understands that that's their risk, that it has to be done before C of O, so we can go along with that change. With regard to condition number 4, that parking agreement is required, otherwise we need to analyze the project all over again.
If the owner owns both properties, what do we need a parking easement, though?
They could be sold tomorrow when there's nothing that the city would not be notified and the parking would simply go away.
I would lose every bit of business I had if I didn't have parking.
You going to sell it?
No.
We need a parking agreement.
With regard to number 15, the phrase with regard to the fire protection system, we can add the language subject to approval of the fire marshal. That allows the fire marshal to work with the applicant to do the timing of the system that is reasonable.
Can I say something there?
Please.
Our civil engineer has already submitted plans actually to the fire department for the water service for that new sprinkler system, so we're working on it.
Okay, that's
So
what
that allows
that's what
them-
she's saying.
And then Public Works, I would cover condition 17 and 18. Condition number 17 requires a dedication of 5 feet of right-of-way in conjunction with the recordation of a map or prior to the issuance of any permits. They requested that they be allowed to do it prior to occupancy, as I understand it, rather than the
Certificate
issuance
of occupancy
permits.
rather than building permit.
As long as they understand that they risk holding up their occupancy if they have not done so, then at your direction we can certainly agree to that. On condition number 18, it's really just a requirement that they coordinate and determine whether mapping is necessary. It doesn't have a timeline in the condition itself.
I have no objection to 18.
No objection.
I'm sorry, I thought they had said that they...
I have no problem with 18.
Very good then.
And Mayor Pro Tem, with regard to the trees, the Centennial Plan does call for palms on the north-south, as is the case here, but because these will not be street trees, if the Mayor Pro Tem has a preference for shade trees, we could certainly make that change and then work with the approved shade trees within the downtown Centennial
I would
Plan.
like you to work with the applicant on the trees.
I'm sorry, sir?
I would like you to work with the
Yes.
applicant on the trees.
Then that would be a change to the condition number 5, to make the notation an additional sentence that shade trees approved by the Department of Planning and Development shall replace the palm trees on the Las Vegas Boulevard side.
That'd be fine.
I believe it also relates to item number 9, where they're talking about the 25-foot high palm trees.
Yes, and we could delete the last sentence on number 9.
You got all those? You agreed to all those?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Go ahead, please.
Your Honor, on item number 94, on the special use permit, I would make a motion for approval with all conditions, please.
I'm sorry, let me just make sure that we're clear. Is that with the deletion of condition number 4?
Yes.
With regard, okay, thank you.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And on item number 95, site development review 37-326, I'll make a motion for approval with all conditions as changed.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed?
And agreed upon by the applicant.
Motion carries. Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Item 96 is SUP 37358, special use permit. The applicant is Yo Min LLC. The owner is Biotron 1 LLC. Request for special use permit for a beer, wine, cooler on sale establishment within a former 3,888 square foot restaurant with a waiver to allow a 370-foot distance separation requirement where 400 feet is required from a school at 8427 West Lake Mead Boulevard. This is in Ward 4. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. A public hearing, which is now open. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Yamon. I'm here for the 8427 West Lake Mead Boulevard. There was previously an Italian restaurant with the wine, beer wine with it. And now I'm going to do with the Japanese restaurant with the beer wine cooler on sale.
What's the name of the restaurant going to be?
The sushi.
Sushi?
Yeah.
The Sushi.
Yes.
Okay.
The
And
best
any
sushi.
special sushi or just regular old sushi?
Sushi roll and sashimi and teriyaki and everything.
All right, very good. Sukiyaki too?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. It's a public hearing, folks.
I'll be really quick, Mr. Mayor. This is another one, and you seldom have it, but it's in Ward 4. Mr. Anthony, this is your time right now. So anyway, it says, denial and approval, whatever. It's kind of split, but your decision. But it sounds good to me for the lady. Thank you.
Anybody else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Anthony.
Well, with that vote of confidence, I'm going to recommend we follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval with all conditions.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 97 is SUP. Oh, good luck, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're welcome. SUP 37376, special use permit. The applicant is Walgreen Company. The owner is ADSC LLC. Request for a special use permit for a 48 square foot accessory packaged liquor off sale within an existing 15,070 square foot retail establishment at 451 South Decatur Boulevard in Ward 1. Planning Commission staff recommend approval subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon again. Jennifer Roberts, 300 South 4th Street. This is an application to add accessory packaged liquor to an existing Walgreens at Decatur and Alta. It is a commercial area and meets the separation requirements, and the company accepts the conditions for approval, and we ask that you follow staff and Planning Commission's recommendation.
All right, thank you. Any questions? It's a public hearing, folks. Anybody like to be heard on this? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
The protests and approval on this one were, again, about even, and I'm going to voice my vote for a concern for remaining open of our Walgreens stores, and that's because my Ward 1 recently lost a Walgreen, and lost it because of a commercial disadvantage to other stores in the area. I do not think that adding this ability to buy liquor there will enhance in any way the ability of the people in the neighborhood to buy liquor, because there's so many other places so close by they could buy it. I do know that our senior citizens that live across Decatur in senior citizen homes now have one place they're buying their food, and that's Walgreens, because our grocery stores are all closed in that area, have gone out of business. So with that in mind, with the value and the popularity of Walgreens at this location, with the need for the senior citizens of that store to purchase food in its continued existence, and with the feeling that I have that it will not add any more people buying liquor, because if they didn't have it to buy there, they could go very close nearby to get it. I move to approve this item.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 98 is SUP 37377, special use permit. The applicant is Walgreen Company. The owner is 3Bs Inc. Request for special use permit for a 47 square foot accessory packaged liquor off sale within an existing 14,715 square foot retail establishment at 8633 West Charleston Boulevard in Ward 2. Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. This too is a public hearing, which is now open. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Jennifer Roberts, 300 South 4th Street, appearing on behalf of Walgreens. Again, this is an existing Walgreens, and it is within the Kohl's Shopping Center on Charleston and Durango. Again, a commercial area, and it meets the separation requirements. The company accepts the conditions for approval, and we ask that you follow staff's recommendation and Planning Commission recommendation.
All right. Any questions? Folks, a public hearing if you'd like to be heard.
Never come back and all that. But this is Ward 2, and I got to pick on that short fella over there. And,
Who are you talking about?
I don't like you no way, whatever. I hope you're patient.
That's it?
We just wanted to alert the senses.
Okay, anybody else? We'll close the public hearing then.
I just want to know why your client is seeking 1 square foot less in my ward than you are in Councilwoman Tarkanian's.
You know, I'll have to take that back to them.
I'm going to move to obey this item because that's a very, no, I'm just kidding. I mean, it's just kind of funny how you're looking for a 47 square foot accessory package in Ward 2, but 48 square feet. Maybe her ward is more needy. I don't know, but I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
One more package.
I think it's impossible to have a 47 square foot area.
It isn't.
I think it is.
Well, we're not stocking what you prefer. I mean,
no, it's impossible to have 47 square feet.
On the floor, I mean, they've designated in the floor plan, it's definitely less than 1% of the area.
It can't be
but-
47. 47, it can't be square.
Square foot, yeah. I think it was rounding up to
Yeah.
from a
Okay,
round,
I just,
an
I woke
even
up.
number.
It's actually about 1/4 of 1%.
Yeah.
So when you say it's less than 1%, to be more accurate, it's around 1/4 of 1% of the total square footage.
Correct.
Be that as it may, my motion is for approval.
Okay, let's vote, please. Post.
Thank you very much.
Motion carries. Good luck. All right, item 100 is SUP 37383, special use permit. The applicant is Kashi or Cash One? I'm not sure. Is it Cash One or Kashi? Cash One. The owner is, the applicant is Cash One. The owner is GWHC Nevada LLC. Request for a special use permit to add an auto title loan used to an existing financial institution specified with waivers to allow a 780-foot distance separation from another financial institution where 1,000 feet is required, a 0-foot distance separation from a parcel zone for residential use where 200 feet is required, and a building area of 1,368 square feet where 1,500 square feet is the minimum required at 8450 West Sahara Avenue in Ward 2. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. It's a public hearing which is now open.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, and members of council. Lucy Stewart, 2211 Rampart. And this Cash One actually purchased this location from a previous payday loan business. And I believe at the time when it was in business, that was prior to the requirement for a special use permit. So the payday loan already has those waivers just by being in existence, the separation from residential and from the other business. I think in 2004, the previous owners attempted to do an auto title loan, and I think there was significant neighbor opposition. And then they sold the property, I believe, the next year to Cash One. And then in 2007, Cash One applied for their license without benefit of a use permit and actually received a local business license and a state business license. And I think this past summer when they went for a renewal, staff went, whoa, wait a minute, you don't have a use permit. And so that's why we're where we are now. In this case, during those, I think, 2 years that they were in existence, I don't even think any of the neighbors knew that there was auto title loan within the same business because they're not allowed to store cars there, and it's not really their goal to take people's cars because then they can't really go to work, and if they can't go to work, then they can't pay them. So we agree with staff's and Planning Commission's conditions, and be happy to answer any questions.
All right, are there any questions, Ms. Stewart? Folks, public hearing if you'd like to be heard. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Wilson?
Margot, maybe you can answer this, or Lucy, because you work in this area. Is the reason why so many people don't like auto title loan businesses in their neighborhood is because they think the cars are being stored at the location, or they're concerned about the type of people that are going to come in and get an auto title loan? I mean, you should know this. You've been working in this field for a long time.
Well,
Let me start with you, Margot.
Any of the pawn uses, and that's why these what are deemed here financial institutions specified, where it's a payday loan or a title loan, any of these. In fact, they were previously, the original license is called a non-depository lender. That's what it was called back in 1999. As the applicant indicated, it predates our code. The concern is that any of these type of uses have a
type of clientele they'd rather not have visit their neighborhood?
And not even the clientele as much as the signage, the very fact that the use is there. Often thrift stores have the same type of concern, that if there's a thrift store in the neighborhood, where certainly I don't think a thrift store clientele is as much the issue as the use itself and that signage, and it might portray something about the center that it is located in.
Okay. Would you agree with that?
I would agree, and I also think it's your other concern that people think it's going to look like a used car lot.
Okay.
And there'll be a lot of used cars, and they probably don't realize that you can't even keep them there.
Now, your client originally wanted to operate, well, your client came in to operate a payday loan, but they didn't know they couldn't also do the auto title loan, so they've been doing the auto title loan along with the payday loan for a couple of years.
Right.
There haven't been any problems. Nobody's complained.
And they did it with a license.
And they did it with a license.
That's
But
kind
the
of one of those
license
oops licenses.
wasn't necessarily to do the auto title loan, though.
Yes, it was.
So did the city make a mistake and give an auto title loan when they shouldn't have?
I believe so, but I can understand that too, because I think that they might have thought at the time that it probably had been approved and it probably predated the ordinance, and then I think when it came in, it was the current planning staff that caught it and went, hey, wait a minute. So.
Okay. Well, I think that I'm still of the opinion and mindset that we want to encourage businesses to prosper and to flourish and to succeed. And I don't see how this is going to be harmful to the neighborhood. We've had no complaints. Nobody has expressed any specific problems, so my motion is for approval.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Item 102, Madam Clerk, would you please set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements? Thank you. All right, this is time for citizens' participation. Items under this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, give us your name, and we'll put the 3-minute timer on.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Council, my name is Teddy Russell V, a resident of Las Vegas. When in Las Vegas, I always stay at Siegel Suites. Where size does matter, our suites are bigger. I wanted to tell you how grateful I am for your donation centers. It's sort of a lime green parking meter that's out in the rotunda. Allows donations toward the different facilities for the homeless. Please consult LasVegasNevada.gov, the city official website, for locations of other donation centers. And what you do is simply divest yourself of your pocket change into these used parking meters or old parking meters. And enough people do this, it'll make a substantial difference. It also keeps the issue and the problem of homelessness on the forefront of our social consciousness. At this time, the statistics show 38,883 homeless people living within the Las Vegas Valley in unincorporated Clark County in the city of Las Vegas. Also, tomorrow we celebrate Green Day. I will be working with the gentleman Roy Reed, the chairman of Clark County Commissioners, on ways to incentivize new quality renewable energy companies to locate to our great state. Also, Senator Reed, the Senate Majority Leader, has done a lot of groundwork on that. We need major revisions, either through amending the Constitution. Michigan provides magnificent incentives to have corporations begin or relocate into Michigan. We have nothing to match them here in the great state of Nevada. I thank you very much for your time and indulgence, and have a great evening.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Ken Small, 4630 South Arville. I want to talk to you today about planning in the Clark County School District. I know that the city has a committee on school planning, and so I'd like to just give you some examples of some things that are going on currently with the school district. You may not know that we have 4 elementary schools that are about to be ready for new occupancy at the beginning of the next school year. This is a $50 million planning mistake by the school district that started in July of last year. There was a presentation by the school district statistician saying that they decided to disregard the most recent enrollment statistics of the school district and the number of U-Hauls that were leaving town, and draw a statistical line proving that our population of students was increasing and they therefore needed to construct new schools. While the decision was being made, it was pointed out that one of the 4 schools that's currently under construction should not be constructed in that location because the subdivision that it was designed for never went forward. So they decided to move that school to a street that was constructed, even though they knew that the subdivision that the school was designed for was not being built. I suggested that if the idea was to create more jobs or to improve the school environment, that they should use the money to improve our existing schools. but they decided to proceed forward with constructing the 4 unneeded schools. Now in the news you are hearing that it is cheaper to have 9-month school years than it is to have 12. The reason is that we have the overhead of carrying 4 additional unneeded schools added to the overhead of operating the school district. So it was a terrible planning error on the part of the school district trustees that has now resulted in probably $1 million of overhead going into the school district that will cost teachers and other employees of the school districts either their jobs or pay cuts as a result of this incompetent planning. If you'd like to see the video of the July 1st hearing, I've posted it to YouTube under Talk to CCSD 015, or you can go to my website, which is Ken Small Big Change, and click on News and watch it there. Thank you very much, and please look out for our children.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to be heard?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I come down today originally for a special reason. I've been a union member for 46 years. I'm a retired electrician. I know they called you the bully and whatever, but what I saw with the unions here lately, it was very disappointing to me because, see, there comes a time that everyone has to tighten their belt, and there's no excuse even for unions. There comes a time everybody has to make adjustments. You know what I'm saying? You know, whatever it takes. And for them to come back and say that, you know, and left you in the position where you have to lay people off. Laying people off is a horrible thing. I hate that. But sometimes they put you back against the wall, whatever. But anyway, I want to let you know that it's been my pleasure to deal with you over the years. I know you tossed me out on my head several times, whatever, because you be in a bad mood on that particular day. I don't blame you. But I love you. But they are writing about my life and out of all the great people that I've had to deal with. And I hate to say it, Oscar, but I know you don't like to hear me say it, but it is the truth. And you do know, and you never publicly want to come out and admit it, that when you were down at Palm Mortuary with that lady, and you approached me, I didn't approach you, but I guaranteed you that you would even be the mayor. Now, didn't I? Didn't I guarantee you that you would be the mayor?
You did.
Thank you. Okay. But I might have to go, but I just want to let you know I do love you, and I know y'all got to make a brutal decision. You're laying people off. That's pitiful. But the union, they dropped the ball on this. Now, I'm kind of a little pissed with them about that. I know it's 7% voted, do whatever. That ain't right. Somebody need to straighten up. And that goes for all the unions and everybody in our whole nation. Another thing I want to talk about, we had a veterans thing back east about the World War II veterans, you know, to recognize them, which is a beautiful thing. But World War II involved this entire nation. You had women and men, everybody building tanks and ships. And y'all listen to what I'm trying to say, airplanes, whatever. This whole country was I know the men go die in the trenches, but we had to give them the ammunition, whatever. You know what I'm saying? This whole nation, I was a little kid shooting marbles and whatever, but this whole nation in World War II was involved. This whole nation was involved on saving the world. Thanks a lot. We're all veterans when it comes to that. That's all I'm trying to say. Yeah, women and everybody working in the plants and whatever. You know, hey, come on, let's face it. This whole nation was at war in World War II, and everybody stepped up and got the job done. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, please.
Thank you, Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. I'd like to point out on item number 78, it wasn't a public hearing, but there was a video on that. And in part of that video, they took special effort to show the picture of that power meter. And the reason that I think they did that was because when Nevada Power pulls one of the meters, they put a non-conductive protective cover over the slots that the meter goes into. Someone had pulled that. The locking ring was still on the meter, but the protective cover was gone. And when Nevada Power sees that, they have no mercy on the people. And that's probably, or that may be, the reason why they want an inspection on that house before they put another meter on it. I just wanted to point that out. And Mayor, has the city attorneys, have they come to a conclusion on that, how long we can keep a house boarded up?
We were briefed yesterday, Mr. Farlow, by Mr. Still, and I'm going to ask that be made a line item so that the public can understand exactly what effects the ramifications of these liens have, and what, if anything, the city could do about those properties.
Thank you.
I would ask Mr. Olivas, we could have Mr. Still at perhaps our next meeting if it's not too crowded, or at the meeting that isn't too jammed up, to please make that kind of presentation to the council. He made it to us in our briefing yesterday, and I think the public has a right to know. Right.
And Councilman Barlow, in 25 years when you're old and gray, and Ariel, the little girl that was at the council this morning, when she's our district or our city attorney, maybe you can get this resolved. Thank you very much.
Okay. Anybody else?
I'm Bruce Snyder, General Counsel for the Las Vegas City Employees Association, on behalf of the LVCEA and its hardworking employees. I'd like to quote from today's online version of the Las Vegas Sun, which has been confirmed by a number of our employees. Quote, "This is the way we're going to fix all of our budget problems. We're going to have all of our employees jump off the stratosphere. And whoever survives can stay, and whoever doesn't, we won't miss them, believe me," unquote, Goodman said, smiling before beginning the business part of the council meeting. We can have our policy differences, and we've had our policy differences in the last 24 hours. But statements like that, just like the statements you've made recently, are reprehensible and undermine the ability of the union to work with the city. I'm going to give you an opportunity now to be a better person this afternoon than you were this morning, and to apologize to our employees, some of whom are probably watching as we speak.
If I felt I did anything wrong and wasn't making a joke, whether you thought it was funny or not, I would apologize. You're taking this out of context. This was done with my humor. You may not agree with it, but I'll stand by my joke.
I can tell you our employees do not find this humorous one iota. I'm going to ask other council members here. Do you feel that statement was inappropriate?
The only thing I'll say with respect to everybody is that I wasn't here when that statement was made, so I don't know what context it was made in.
We find it very upsetting that a statement is made, even possibly in jest.
No, not even possibly in jest. In jest. And anybody who watched anybody who watched the statement would know it was an attempt at humor at a very difficult time in our city because of the action that the union that you represented last night took.
And our members do not feel that way one bit. They feel that they're going to be, the intent is take them to the tallest structure west of the Mississippi River.
Oh, come on. You're smarter than that, Mr. Snyder, and they're smarter than that. They wouldn't be working for the city if they really believed that.
They don't believe,
Mayor,
literally, that you would do
it. I understand. We just can't really take action.
All right, fine.
Okay.
They don't literally believe it, but it speaks 1,000 words that this is the way you feel just because we have a policy difference.
Policy difference? Okay.
Mr.
Stick
Mayor,
around, though, Mr. Snyder.
Mayor, can I
Give
make
me the
an
courtesy
answer?
of sticking around, because when we have council participation, I'm going to tell you what I said when I returned from our personnel meeting at lunch. I don't think you heard that, and I want your employees to know, the people you represent to know, what we've directed the city manager to do.
We heard last night two main reasons why this failed, and both could have been prevented. One is we were willing to give you $8.7 million under one option, and under another option we had on the table last night, $16.5 million, when you only requested $16.7 million as our total contribution. But despite us giving that money, the city would not guarantee us that even one person who's on the layoff list would be allowed to keep their job. So our members said repeatedly last night, why should we give the city money when the city won't even guarantee that any of us are going to be working on June 13th?
Okay.
Then the second reason we heard over and over again
Right. The
is
mayor's
your
a bully.
comments.
Right. The mayor's a bully. That's fine.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, can I just say something? I just wanted to say that I heard the statement the mayor made, and I took it as a joke he was making. And rather you agree with his sense of humor or not, and many do disagree, and sometimes
I can
he
tell you
and I
they disagree.
No, let me tell you though, I think it was obvious to anybody who agrees or disagrees with his humor that it was his humor. He is not serious about what he said, and I don't see anybody would say that.
It's just the idea that he would even speak those words in any tone whatsoever is very upsetting to the employees who want to do a good job for the city, but feel that he is not on their team at all.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Stick around, please.
Yeah, but stick around because I want you to hear what I said. All right. Anybody else like to speak at citizens' participation? All right. This is the time then for council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. Would any city council member like to speak? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Number one, this morning. Number one, this morning, Gary Reese, city councilman. This morning, I asked the mayor, me personally, I asked the mayor to make a statement of one of the employees that did jump off of the stratosphere Tuesday morning at 8 o'clock. I thought it took guts to do that. It was a joke that I asked him to do it, but he did do it. And that's how we got started with what you're saying, that he was his humor, and it was humorous to me also. Okay, I've been told that I have a sense of humor, but it's very, very weird. And so I would hope that the city council, the council member, or the employees would understand that sometimes, you know, even in looking at a piece of paper in front of me this morning that says the CEA turns down their latest offer, they reject it, they pull it back. And then you're trying to tell me that just one person. No. It was what they was requesting is that when they give us this $8 million, that all those people, the 146 people on that list, are hired or rehired. They're not going to get laid off. Not just one, all of them. And we're asking for 8% from everybody with no guarantees at all. And now, I listen to you. I don't want to argue with you. I just want the way I feel. You know, this is something we've been going on. We asked months and months and months and months ago, and we allowed the people you represent to be kind of go ahead and say, okay, because you gave to us first last time we had problems with our budget, and so I've been going along with okay, we'll wait and see what everybody else does. And it's like the mayor. Go ahead and read your article, then I'll finish my comments.
I will. Anybody else like to speak before I read it? All right.
Yes.
Yes, Councilman Barlow.
I'll defer to my colleague.
All right, Councilman Wilson.
Well, the only thing I have some events that I'd like to announce.
Okay,
but I
and
think
Mr. Snyder, I'm not asking you to stand up here to listen to what I have to say, but please stick around so you can hear it.
I think it would be appropriate for us to finish the subject matter that you
All right,
gentlemen
fine.
are speaking of.
This is what I said after we got through with our personnel hearing where we discussed our labor negotiations. As a result of not being able to reach an agreement with our largest employee group, which is the CEA, I, with the council's support, have directed our city manager to further reduce our fiscal year 2011 budget. Ms. Fretwell is to aggressively address that shortfall that is growing rapidly as a result of declining revenues and ever-increasing labor costs. I instructed her to evaluate and pursue all necessary means to bring our budget in balance for fiscal year 2011 with less reliance on reserves when possible. She's been instructed to look at every corner of the city, sparing no one in contributing to the reduction in the shortfall. We applaud the executive and appointives for being the first to step up with a plan to help address the shortfall. They felt the brunt of most of our labor costs over the past 2 or 3 years in their pay structure. They've gotten no raises, no COLAs, no steps. This is not a case with our other employee groups. I don't expect them to give any more than they already are to address this shortfall. And that is consistent with our early message that whatever we needed to do was to be equal across labor groups. Well, we've had 2 labor groups tell us no to reducing our labor costs, and we bear that in mind as well in this process. As Ms. Fretwell works to identify the additional cuts that will be necessary to begin to balance our budget more quickly, we ask her to keep those prior sacrifices in mind. As your mayor, I do not want to leave this city in a terrible state for the next mayor. I feel it's my duty and our duty as a council to begin to bring our finances in line with what the private sector economy so that we have a sustainable city for generations to come. The one we have right now isn't sustainable, and we have to do more now to bring things back into balance. We directed the manager to communicate this to all of our employees, the leaders of our bargaining units, and develop a much more modest fiscal year 2011 budget for council consideration in May as a result of our inability to curtail our labor costs through negotiations and concessions.
Your Honor, if I could.
Yes.
And following along those lines, I have worked very closely with the leadership of the CEA union, and I've appreciated the relationship I've had with them. I've said many, many times, I do not want to see any city employee get laid off. And all we've asked is for them to work with us, and I've said repeatedly, we negotiated all those contracts in good faith, in good times. And all I've asked is, let's continue to negotiate in good faith in bad times. And it looks to me like what they did last night with their vote is they're making us make these huge, huge decisions, which I was elected to do, which I can do. And they're forcing us to lay many, many, many more people off.
May I speak?
When I get through. And I just feel sorry for those employees that are going to get laid off. We had an employee today that pretty near broke my heart. We gave her the Citizen of the Month, the Employee of the Month. And she turned to the mayor and she says, I got laid off yesterday. How do you think that makes us feel as leaders of this city? Thank you.
Okay. Did you want to respond?
Yes, I just want to state the same thing I said before, that this could have been prevented if the city would have guaranteed that of the money we
Can't
were
make
giving
any
the
guarantees,
city.
Mr. Snyder.
That's why it voted down.
Well, we can't make any guarantees because we don't know what's going to happen in this economy, and we're not liars.
And that's,
Anybody else like
and
to
that's
be
why
heard?
it failed. Thank you.
Anybody else like to be heard?
On a little lighter note, please, I would just like to announce some great upcoming events in Ward 2. This Saturday, April 24th, is Earth Fair Day, and from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Walmart at South Rainbow and 215, I'll be out there celebrating a great event. It's called Earth Fair Day at the Walmart at South Rainbow and 215 on May 1st, which is the following Saturday. We're going to have a Summerlin Colossal Cleanup at the west end of Far Hills and 215. We need some volunteers. This is to be cleaning up the far end of Ward 2 out there at the end of Far Hills and 215. More information can be found at www.summerlin.com. And then finally, on May 8th, I believe I'm joining with Councilman Anthony. You with me on this? May 8th at 9 a.m., Councilman Anthony and I are going to be celebrating the Angel Park Trailhead opening at Durango between Westcliff and Summerlin Parkway. It's a great trailhead, Councilman Anthony. We're going to be celebrating the opening because it kind of crosses over both our wards, and I'll look forward to celebrating that with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like for the residents to know that on this Friday, April 23rd, Ward 5 will be hosting its first movie in the park at Lorenzi inside of the Sammy Davis Jr. Amphitheater, and we will be showing the movie WALL-E. So please bring your picnic chairs and blankets. We have popcorn and refreshments for the family to enjoy, and we're going to have a great time out at Lorenzi Park this Friday, April 23rd. The doors will open at 6:30 p.m. inside of Sammy Davis Jr. Amphitheater. Also, Earth Fair will be taking place in Ward 5 as well on this coming Saturday, April 24th, from 10 a.m. till noon at the corner of Cheyenne and Rainbow, Walmart location, right in the parking lot of Walmart at Cheyenne and Rainbow. So please come out and join us. On April 28th, I will be riding my bike to work. I will be leaving my vehicle at home, and myself, as well as the Executive Director, Jacob Snow, from the Regional Transportation Commission, will be joining me. We will be leaving the corner of Jones and Cheyenne, riding into City Hall to celebrate Nevada Moves Day and Safe Routes to School. And so we will ride together into work, and we encourage all of Nevadans to do the same to support Nevada Moves Day. And we encourage all residents to get active and get healthy. So I'm going to put down the donuts and all of the high carb foods that I eat in order to get fit to lead by example on April 28th. Not for a day. This will be the beginning of a healthy lifestyle. Also, please check my website for any updated information regarding the Neighborhood Preservation Fund grant opportunities. There will be upcoming workshops to assist with that application process to all of the neighborhood associations that are looking for funding from the City of Las Vegas, and we give out thousands of dollars each year to neighborhood groups looking to do special projects within their community. And also, on May 6th, the first Thursday in May, will be Coffee with the Councilman, and I will be at the Bonanza and Rancho location. So for those of you who have been having a difficult time getting on my very busy schedule, I will be there to speak to any residents and business owners looking to meet with me in regards to what's happening in and around the community. So thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing me the opportunity to let the residents know what's taking place on my calendar and also within fabulous Ward 5. Thank you.
Now, if I can, just a question from Councilman Barlow. Are you and Mr. Snow going to ride to the first bus stop and put the bikes on the bus?
No, actually, we're actually riding. It's 9.5 miles from my house to City Hall. So
I'll be along the way somewhere to offer you a bottle of water.
Please offer me a bottle of water or at least an oxygen tank by the time I get to City Hall. Thank you.
Your Honor, if I could, this is for Councilman Ross. He asked, he made us a little piece of paper, but I've lost mine, and I think the mayor's lost his also. We do have the Eldorado starting up right across the street here around May 16th, and we have some rodeos. It is affordable, and we have carnivals, and we have different rides and stuff for the kiddies over there. And we will be announcing it further, but just be alert that we are going to be having the Helks Eldorado as well as the Las Vegas Eldorado starting about May 16th. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Anybody else?
Mayor?
Yes.
I just wanted to say that we also will have in Ward 1 Earth Day, the 24th, the same hours until noon. And also, I believe that at each of our locations we will have the shredder machines. Many times people do not have a way they can shred materials. They collect them in boxes. And so it's a chance for you to bring your boxes for shredding at each of the locations in our wards. And again, it will be in the Walmart parking lot, inside part of it, and I hope everybody comes to that. And we're very happy that everybody's running and giving up donuts, and I only needed one bite after a couple of votes we had today.
I'm going to see if there's any donuts left back there.
Okay, did that gentleman want to be heard? You have to come up here. I can't hear you, sir. Please come up and give us your name. Wait, please, in the mic, please.
My name is William Sanders.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to ask for your mayor tag. Could I have your mayor tag?
I don't have a mayor tag.
It's like a pin that you wear, and it says mayor on it.
I don't have anything like that.
Okay. I was just wondering because I remember meeting you in the 10th grade, and I saw you wearing a pin. It said mayor on it in your office.
I don't think so, but
Mayor, what about a chip?
I'd be happy to give the gentleman a chip. I don't have any on me now, but the next council meeting I'll bring some chips and be happy to give you one.
And you have the Las Vegas City pin. Maybe
Be happy to give you a pin, too.
Okay.
Doesn't say mayor, says City of Las Vegas.
Okay.
Okay? Very good, no problem. Okay, anybody else? Thank you, meeting's adjourned.